We outside, y'all. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Let me see. That was a little echo, I think. You know what? Let me make sure that I am on the right microphone. I think I am. It sounded a little strange to me earlier, but I think we're good. Um, we outside. Heather Stroud, we outside. Joan Garcia, we outside. Zakoy Farms, guess what? We outside. We are outside, y'all. Um, Something to do with a fundraiser. Let's see who else was. Oh, let me see who was here first. Zakoy Farms here first. Thank you so much for that. Ah, what a great night. I love that. I love when the Sussexes kind of sneak up on us with some pictures. You know what I mean? I love that. I'm just sitting there working, ain't thinking about nothing, minding my own business. And then all of a sudden, I saw somebody posted, "We outside." I say, "We outside? What you mean we outside?" Just what they said, "We outside." So, well, next thing you know, I came across a treasure trove of images of the Duchess of Sussex. I said, well, I think that's true. We are outside. So let me get those to you ASAP. I'm just taking another scroll through just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Um, I think I am pretty up to date. Okay. Well, let's do it then. So there's Emma Greedy, the Duchess of Sussex. And according to, you know what, most of the magazines don't even have this, but there we go. There we go. I don't know who the gown is, but oh, let me check what Meghan wore. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it there. But that is beautiful, right? Meghan wore. No, they don't have it yet. They do not have it. Okay. Well, that's okay. We'll find out later on, I'm sure. What Meghan wore. Not yet. Not yet. But it's coming. And for sure, nobody has it just yet. Wow. And you know what? This is just bonkers. One of my favorite sources don't even have any pics. Uh-oh. I don't want to miss that one. Let me grab that. Anyway, our Duchess looks absolutely beautiful. And what a great surprise tonight. Did not see this coming at all. Which just goes to show, as much as they want for us to believe that they know somebody who knows somebody, they don't know Jack. They don't know Jack. Anyway, there we go. We outside. We are outside. We are outside. We outside, y'all. Yes, yes, I love that. I love that. Gives it a certain elegance, I believe. The nice contrast in colors. Okay. All right. Let me go to the next one here. Wow. Breathtaking. Breathtaking. You know the derangers are going to spit up their coffee this morning. Oh, drama, drama. Okay, drama. Now that's what you call drama. That is a showstopper. Uh-oh. You know what? I just found an image I cannot share per copyright. Actually, it's not an image, it's a video. Gosh, I wish I could share it, but cannot take the chance. But it's one of those carpet calls where they're like, Meghan, Meghan, over here, Meghan. And she looks just as gracious and beautiful. Oh man, I wish I could share that with you. However, I do have one that I can share with you. So oh man, there's another one I cannot share. These people. Okay, let me do one more of these. There you go. There's Meghan and Emma looking fabtabulous. Yes, I am Royal Sussex and I approve of this message. Absolutely, I approve of it. Okay. Wow. Okay. One more. One more. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, oh, I love it. Let me see. Lorraine Esmeralda, beautiful and elegant Meghan. Soon, Copycat will attempt a version of this dress. You know she will. You know she will. Especially, thank you so much for the super chat and for being a member of Royal Sussex. Especially when she sees what type of attention that Meghan gets tonight. She won't be able to sit still. Yeah, she's gonna bust a gut. Yeah, no way she's gonna sit still for this one. She's got to at least try. Knowing her, she's got to at least try. Okay, let me see if I can find that video. It's only a few seconds long, but that's okay. We'll take what we can get. We're not greedy. Emma's greedy. We're not greedy. We'll take what we can get. Okay. Okay. It's coming up. Give me just a second here. Get that going. I'm going to have to turn the sound down because it does have some copyright music and I don't want that grief, but I can at least share the video with you. So I hope that's okay. There you go. Okay. Oh, sweet, sweet, sweet. Love that. Love that. Okay. So there you have it. That's about all I have to share with you. In terms of videos, they are few and far in between. All the others are definitely copyright. Yeah. But if you know how to go to Getty Images, you can see the videos that have been uploaded to Getty, or if you're on Twitter, you may find some there. There are people sharing some red carpet videos there. Oh, Meghan, let me tell you, I got some more stuff that I'm grabbing right now. Give me just a second. Wait for it, wait for it. Huh? Huh? Let me get rid of that background I have there. Oh no, not that. This is what I'm trying to do. There you go. Get rid of that. Maybe I could add that. That doesn't hurt too much. Or maybe that. No, I'm not living for that. Oh, I think that's better. I think that's better. Yes. Yes. That's doing it for me. Absolutely, that is. Yep. That works. That works. Okay. Let me grab one more of those. There. A little closer up. Oh, hey. Yeah, that is definitely she sees someone she knows and there's like a, "Oh, hey. Hey. Hey, boo." Uh, let's see, Baron. I hear the plate smashing against the walls. Thank you very much for the super chat. Yes, there won't be a single dish available for the family over at the Forest Lodge and, of course, Kensington Palace because we suspect that they're in separate places. But yeah, there goes the dishes. They're going to have to order some more. And as you can see, face card, minimal makeup, face card accepted, face card accepted, no worries. Looking smooth, looking hydrated. And I tell you, that is a very harsh light. That is a very harsh light there. Oh my goodness, if you could have heard them yelling, "Meghan, Meghan, over here, Meghan." All of the photographers vying for her attention. Let me see here. Maybe I can give you a little hint of what that sounds like.
One more smile this way, Meghan.
Uh-oh. There's music in the background. Well, I cannot share that with you then. But yeah, they got a little music in the background there. Oh man, that one too. Oh well. Okay. And over the shoulder, of course. Over the shoulder. And is it Orlando? I think that, oh, you know what? I hope I didn't mess her name up. But okay. So let me do this. I'll tell you what's happening tonight. Now, according to Variety, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, attends 5th% pledge gala. Yes. Oh, it's 15% pledge gala in Los Angeles and more celeb red carpet photos from February 2026. So, February begins with the music industry's biggest night of the year. The Grammys saw Bad Bunny win Album of the Year. Uh huh. And then in Paris, Margot. Yeah. Let's get to Meghan. Can we get to Meghan? Where's Meghan? Okay. So Meghan attends the 15% pledge fundraiser gala at Paramount Studios. Okay, that's where this event is taking place. It's at Paramount Studios. Unfortunately, they don't really have a lot more than that to add to it. So there you have it. They are at the Paramount Studios. Yes. Okay, let's go back to the top and we'll work our way back to where we are there. As I said, we outside. Duchess Meghan and Emma Greedy. Meghan with that beautiful black train. Wow. Just wow. She's causing it. She is causing it. Oh, I like that. I like that. I got to share this one with you. Wait, give me just a second here. Yeah, Meghan is giving us space. She is giving us space. Let me do that. Okay, coming up, coming up. Yes, Queen. Meghan is giving us space card. Okay, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. Wow, the pics are coming in fast and furious tonight. Oh no, that I cannot share that one either. Man, all of these I'm looking at some red carpet videos, but just cannot share those. Oh well. Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of people that have already gone to bed and they are going to wake up and they're going to be like, "What happened? Where is this?" I am loving that dress. That is so perfect for Meghan. Yes, makeup is the tea. Yes, that face says, "Eat your heart out." Oh man. Yeah, if you're a troll, may I recommend that you put an aspirin under your tongue? May I recommend that you put an aspirin under your tongue if you're a troll? Yeah, I would like to see Megan with a nice updo. I don't know that she's ever had one before, but I would love to see Megan with a really nice updo. Oh yeah, someone in England is going to appear with band-aids on their fingers tomorrow. Let's see here. Notice not under the line or over the line. Megan is just right. We are outside. We outside, y'all. We outside. In case y'all didn't know it, we outside. Well, um, I just personally want to say thank you to the Duchess of Sussex for tonight. Thank you in advance, because otherwise this was just going to be another routine night. I was going to drag those other royals, which I'm still going to do that, but we got this to enjoy. Yeah, still going to drag them, but we got this to enjoy. Guess whose name is not in the Epstein files? Happy Black History Month. And they got a video of Barack Obama, walking that cool walk that he walks. Okay, let me see. MLC says, cue the meltdown across the pond in 3, 2. Okay. I could take a hint. I could take a hint. Let's see here. What would that meltdown sound like? Okay, you ready? Here goes. That's that sound. Yes, that's what it sounds like. This is what it sounds like with meltdowns. Dun, 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 dun. I love it. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay. When I saw that picture, all I could think of was one of those old fashioned foghorns. That's all I could think of. Foghorn, leghorn. Hey, legs, we outside, legs. We outside. Wait, look, we outside. Let's go back to the beginning. I was sitting there prepping for tonight, and then all of a sudden, I saw we are outside. I'm like, what? What? Yes, slay, slay. Oh man, I am here for it. Very minimal makeup, just clean, bright, healthy, very little makeup. Oh, okay. Queen Letizia. And she's got one with the black and red. Let me see. Maybe I can figure out who the designer is. Uh, well, hers is a bit different, I think. She doesn't have a train, so I don't think they're identical because Letizia does not have a train. Plus, there looks like there is that chiffon at the bottom of her gown? Yeah, somewhat identical silhouette, but not quite. Although that is a beautiful gown. Come through, Meghan. Come through. Wow. I love it. I absolutely love it. And the over the shoulder, very beautiful, very flirty, very perfect, very Meghan. And they're screaming, Meghan, Meghan, over here, over here. All those photographers. She looks so regal and elegant. Did anybody figure out the gown? Anybody? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who's the gown. Let's see, Sandra. Hey, Sandra. You notice that she's wearing tie outfit instead of the other way around. What's that? Wearing tie the outfit instead of the other way around. Is that a typo? Diane Hawkins, we outside. No files, no file worry. Yeah, no files worry. Hey, cookies and cream. Oh, by the way, you guys, I watched Becoming, Michelle Obama Becoming. Don't forget, we're all supposed to watch it. We're supposed to watch it. We want to get it to the top 10. So I was instructed to watch Becoming Michelle Obama on Netflix. So I did as I was told. And you know what? I rather enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. It was fantastic. A lot of things behind the scenes stuff, things you didn't know. So make sure you check it out. Oh, I think I love this one. Do I have this one already? Wait, let me take a look and see. Do I have this? Oh, yeah, I shared that one already. Oh, wait a minute. See, and if the other person in law hadn't been jealous and attention seeking, they could have uplifted each other. But nope. She wanted all the attention to herself and was jealous. That's because that other one is as shallow as a glass of water. Hey, Bunny Rose. And there's, what is it? Orlando? I'm so sorry if I'm messing up that girl's name. Anyway, um, She is having some major red carpet moments of her own. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll through one more time before I go to another topic, just to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And I think I'm pretty caught up then. Okay. And also love that one. Love, love, love that one. Our Duchess is looking fabtabulous there. Oh, I got one more I need to show you. Hold on a second. How did I get so careless? I want you to see the exit. The exit from this moment. Wait, there we go. Yes, walk, walk. You know you're causing it. Walk. I am loving this train. Is this like the second time, or is this the first time that she's had a train like that? Blush. You think it's blush? I think so too. That looks like blush. Yeah, I think it's blush. It looks a little too reddish to be ivory, so I'm thinking it is blush. I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to say blush. And the shoes. The shoes. Okay, what is wrong with what Meghan wore? They have not caught up yet. I keep looking. Zandy Sussex says Meghan looks absolutely stunning at the 2026 15% pledge fundraiser gala. The evening is also a celebration of Black creativity and entrepreneurship. Okay, okay. Let me see what else we got from tonight. Even People Magazine hasn't run this story yet. They're behind, way behind. Let me see, people. People, people who need people. Yeah, people is must be asleep right now. Yeah, People Magazine must be sleeping on the job. Well, they're missing out. I tell you, they're missing out. Well, that's okay. Yeah, Megan is trending like crazy on Twitter. I tell you, this is the best thing that I've seen on Beyonce's internet in a long time. Thank you, Beyonce, for the internet, by the way. Let me see. Let's see. 15% pledge. Black people make up 15% of the U.S. population. So we ask businesses to dedicate 15% of their shelf space to Black owned brands. Thank you so much for that, Miss Z. You better educate us. All right, Miss Z. All right. Thank you so much. Let me see. I saved First Lady Michelle Obama's Becoming on my list on Netflix so I don't have to search for it. Very good. Very good. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on again and just let it run. That's what I'm going to do. Like Michelle used to tell us, Tina and Michelle, she used to say, just put it on and let it run. There you go. That way, every time I go past the television, I can just watch a little bit here and a little bit there. Wow, this is deep. This is deep. I got to share this one. I'll share this with you guys another time. And it doesn't have anything to do with tonight. See, stuff like this. This is why they cannot stand the Sussex Squad. They cannot stand us because we pay attention. Unfortunately, we have to do uh, the the media's job. We have to do their work for them. Time and time again, we're doing their work. Let's see, Nadine Burke, thank you so much for the super chat. Wow, Meghan is making a huge statement. Loving it. Loving it. Thank you very much. Okay, let me go back to. Oh, I think I'm here. No. um. Oh, there we go. Again, thank you, Ms. Z. That is just perfect. Definitely should not overlook that. How long has it been on the internet? I mean, on Netflix. Because I'm embarrassed to say I only just found out about it like 2 days ago, a day ago. So yeah, I'm embarrassed to say I've only just realized it was there. Yeah, she looks amazing. I agree. Ah, it does kind of have that Givenchy, right? Kind of has that look to it. Carol Lunn became a YouTube member. Thank you very much for that. Greatly appreciate it. Okay. What a great night. Okay, I'm still combing through Beyonce's internet just to see if I can find anything else that we ain't seen yet. The first time I heard someone say Beyonce's internet, I thought I was going to scream. But I mean, they are right about that. It is Beyonce's internet. And we are just Oh, I found it. I found it. I found the dress. I found the dress. Give me just a second, you guys. It did not take as long as I thought, but here we go. Give me a second. Isn't this exciting? I haven't had one of these live coverages in a while. This is Royal Sussex coming to you live from my MacBook Pro. Okay. Here we go. Now, take that away. So, you want to know about the gown, is that correct? Here we go. What Meghan wore. Oh, you know what? Did I just do that? I messed up. I scrolled right away from, oh, there it is. It says the Duchess of Sussex attends the annual 15% pledge fundraising gala wearing a custom gown by Harbison Studio, the New York City-based luxury women's wear brand founded by designer Charles Harbison. And yeah, that's it. No mention of the shoes yet. Just the gown. All right. So that's that. It is a Harbison Studio. Harbison. I've never heard of that before. But you know what? They've done a great job. They have done a great job with that gown. And I am going to give them some flowers for their effort. Oh, let's see. It's in our advantage that in California, we are still early when everyone is asleep. So we get LA news first. Got it. Gotcha. Yeah, let me look up this Charles Harbison. Never heard of this person. If you just joined us, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. Give us a thumbs up. I wonder if the Harbison studio, I wonder if they know that that Meghan is wearing one of their gowns, because I tell you, the Meghan effect. Oh, you know what? You know why I really love this? Because they have been pushing and pushing and pushing this whole Kate effect nonsense. The only effect that Kate has is putting designers out of business. So this is perfect timing. And I am here for it. If you guys got an opportunity, do go over to the Harbison studio website. As a matter of fact, I will give you the link and you can check out. They got some very interesting stuff. I'm trying to see if I can find the gown here myself. check out the retail. I see something similar, but maybe Meghan requested her gown is a strapless number. Oh, I would love to see her in a few of these. I would love to see her in a few of these. Wow. Okay, okay. Okay, let me show you what I've just found. It is a possibility. Um, oh no. Is it? Oh, okay, let me show you. I'll show you what I found. Minus the bow. Minus the bow, okay? Maybe minus the bow. But it looks like is that a shawl or a wrap? Whatever it is. I don't know the name of it. But Meghan is definitely wearing velvet, and that is not velvet. So let me see. How's Kate Vampire? How's Kate Vampire Dress Guy doing? Slay, sis. Thank you, Lex, for that. The vampire is not doing well. I thought vampires were immortal, but not that one. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to give you guys the link. Okay, here goes. And then I'll pin it to the top of the chat. There you go. So yeah, if you just want to wander through their stuff, they got some unique stuff. I'm gonna say it's very unique, very one of a kind. And some things are very androgynous. Let me see. Notable attendees. The high profile guest list includes Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, Chloe Bailey, Kelly Rowland, Ava, is it DuVernay, Issa Rae, and Law Roach. How come I'm not seeing those pictures? Because I tell you, there's not many people carrying the story right now. Oh, is that right? Oh, the Prince and Princess of Wales has quietly enjoyed a holiday in the exclusive. Oh, these are old photos. Well, somebody then ratted them out. They didn't. Well, that's okay. I'll do some research on that one. They probably made it a point not to let anybody get any pictures of them. All they had to do was threaten to sue the other magazine last time. But yeah, over the holiday, they slipped out of town. No wonder they're working so hard right now. If you can call that hard work. Okay, anyway, that one on the screen is supposed to. Oh, Jacqueline Rippy, thank you very much for the super sticker. Okay, let's do a quick run through and then I think we'll go on to a little gossip I have for you. Oh, well, let me do that one. Just had this very quick peek right there. Okay. And oh, good grief. Oh, nope, not that one. I've kind of lost my way here. Not that. Oh, that is so weird. Where is today's slides? Oh, that's it. That's it. All right. I'm going to start at the top, work our way down, and then I'm going to go on to some other stuff. But I am going to keep an eye out to see if we have missed anything. If you just joined us, the Meghan, Duchess of Sussex night included or featured. Anyway, Meghan is at the oh my goodness, what is going on there? Okay. Oh, they put anything on the internet nowadays. So yeah, Meghan attends a 15% pledge gala in Los Angeles. Let me see. Oh, there's a great movie coming out, you guys. JFK Jr. I cannot wait to see that one. That is going to be amazing. Okay. So, these are the ones I got so far. We are outside. And I think we can all agree that our Duchess is wearing blush. A very, very pale, 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 pale pink. Okay. Makeup flawlessly executed. Nolibando, Nian Denny, thank you for joining us. The popularity of that family is in the toilet right now. Wouldn't there be a gaping chasm if we got rid of them? This is the usual fluff and nonsense that's thrown about. Okay. That is a sound bite. Those people, the tabloid media, and by the way, you guys, I'm going to keep an eye out in case there's anything cool that pops up. I will share it with you from the red carpet. Otherwise, let me play this one for you.
What is actually going to be the effect on the monarchy? I mean, I hope it goes, and I hope serious questions get asked.
And what do you think will be the advantage of having no monarchy? Because people will think very much, first of all, of the soft diplomacy that this King Charles, seems to be very adept at providing. And we've had all sorts of examples of his intervening in various things at the behest of the government and making things happen in exactly the way you would wish soft diplomacy to work. Plus the pageantry, plus the history, plus the tourist attraction, plus the hosting of foreign heads of state in a way that no other country on earth can host, plus all the things that the royal family represent. If it went, will we not just be left with a gaping chasm where that all used to be and nothing to replace it?
This is the usual sort of fluff and nonsense that's thrown about. Brand Britain isn't just made up of the monarchy. That's something that is peddled by people who are fans of the monarchy. What is actually going to be the effect on the monarchy? I mean, I hope it goes, and I hope serious questions get asked.
And what do you think will be the advantage of having no monarchy? Because people will think very much, first of all, of the soft diplomacy that this King Charles, seems to be very adept at providing.
You know, when they said gaping chasm, why did I think of this? Why did this picture come to mind? Gaping chasm. I'm not exactly sure what a gaping chasm is with my 5th grade education, but if there is a physical embodiment of a gaping chasm, it would be this right here, right? Ladies and gentlemen, the gaping chasm. Yes, that is a gaping chasm in human form. Yes, that's exactly what that is. Oh, all the booze, all the cigarettes, all the unmentionable things. And well, if you've ever been out to like Arizona and you've seen people in Arizona that forget to moisturize, ugh. Please moisturize. Please moisturize. They should pass a law making moisturizing your skin mandatory. Okay. So anyway, that was what's her name? I was wondering why these two charlatans are suddenly pretending to be spiritual. This is all part of the crisis makeover and thinking they can step away from the horror and evil they've caused in other people's lives. There's a reverse entrance to hell for Willie and Kate Macbeth. And that is from Zandy Sussex, who has always been a huge fan. I'm being sarcastic of Willie and Kitty. uh, she's always been such a fan of theirs. Hello, Willie. Hello, Kitty. You're acting pretty shitty. You know what? Someone ought to write that song. I'm going to have to get that copyrighted. And let's see. The Princess of Wales will not accompany Prince William on his royal tour next week. Again, she's not going. You know what? The last time that happened, actually, it wasn't the last time. I want to say it was probably the first time that he went on one of those big tours and she was not invited to attend. She didn't take it very well. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say that she acted out a bit, in my opinion. If you recall, I think she actually pulled a little stunt to try and outshine Willie while he was away on business. And if you recall, she wore those Lululemon yoga pants to a military exercise. I repeat, this would have never happened if Queen Elizabeth was alive. She actually wore those Lululemon yoga pants to a military exercise. There are younger princesses in Europe that would not do anything as provocative and ridiculous as this. And of course, I have the video of Kate acting out. And then people be wondering why they walking around with tape on their fingers. People be wondering why they walking around with tape on their fingers. Look at how they're looking at her back there. I mean, they're trying to be aloof and respectful, but I noticed a few glances. I do not believe those are regulation pants. Lululemon yoga pants at a military exercise. And like I said, I believe that the whole point of that was to distract from William's trip to Singapore. Petty, absolutely petty. Look at that. Uh-oh, look at bruh back there. Y'all see bruh? See how bruh then kind of leaned over to the right? Huh? Y'all see bruh back there? And then look behind bruh, and you can see somebody got their head kind of tilted to the right, like, yeah, she's wearing Lululemon yoga pants. Yeah. Bruh back there getting the eye full, ain't he? What's up, bruh? Bruh is back there getting the eye full. Bruh is getting the eye full. The one in front there, the huge guy up front, that giant. This is terribly disrespectful. Very disrespectful. It just flies in the face of the whole military component of the royal family. Lex says she hasn't been on any overseas vacation since their disastrous trip to the Caribbean. You would think that she doesn't want to be around. I'm sorry. You would think that he doesn't want to be around her. No crisis manager needed. At least you don't have to take the crisis manager on the road. That's for sure. I mean, it's just so disrespectful. What were they thinking? Okay. Don't it seem, I know this is just a still photo, but why does it seem like every time I look at it, bruh seems to inch over a little bit further? Have you noticed that? It looked like bruh is inching further and further to his right. Huh? Does it seem like that? It seemed like bruh is inching a little bit further and further to the right. Okay, watch this. Close your eyes for like 3 seconds, and when you open it, I promise you, you're gonna see bruh kind of bounce back in place. Okay? Close your eyes. One, unless you're driving. 1, 2, 3. See what I mean? You could almost hear bruh's feet slatting across the ground. I'm telling you, he back there leaning out. Oh, let me see. Black skin tights is not bringing the monarchy into the future. It's bringing it to a jokingly close. Yeah. That's what I told you. He's moving. I every time I look over, it seemed like he did inch back out there a little bit again. uh yeah, it's I promise you. You know, if this had been anybody else besides Kate, and definitely if this was Meghan, you know they would have made all kind of fuss about this. William is in Singapore at this point, right? He's in Singapore, and Kate shows up for military exercise. Why is she out of the house? I thought she was supposed to be at home with that boy. Why is she out of the house anyway? They said that she couldn't go on that trip because she had to be there for that kid's whatever test. And yet there she is, uh, present and accounted for, wearing Lululemon yoga pants. And you know, you heard them laughing, right? They just laughing to be polite. They couldn't hear a word she said. They could not hear a word she said. All they heard was, and they were like, they couldn't understand what she said. It was barely audible. Yep, barely audible, poor grammar, and mispronounced. So he couldn't understand what they were saying. I mean, you know, they couldn't understand what she was saying. But just to be polite, because she's a royal, um, you know, the future queen, they decided to yeah, bruh is investigating. That's what bruh is doing. Bruh is back there investigating. He has launched an investigation of his own. Let me see. Uh okay. She needs some male attention. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Cannot was given a military jacket. I wonder why she didn't wear uh the military pants like the other women in the military wear. Well, like I said, there's a lot of royal princesses that have these honorary, almost like being a mascot. What do they call them? A patron, which is they for the military. And when they do these things, they usually wear the whole uniform, but not Kate. Kate is trying to get the attention because she was mad she couldn't go to Singapore. And Lord knows she would never go any place on her own. So look at there. See, I just saw bruh move again. Bruh, you gonna get in trouble. Bruh is gonna get in trouble. Uh, see, look at there. Prince William reveals Kate Middleton is very sorry she hasn't joined him for Earthshot Awards in Singapore because she is helping Prince George with his first set of major exams. If he's wait, listen. If Kate is going to help George, who's going to help Kate? Huh? If Kate is going to help George, who's going to help Kate? Because Kate is not qualified to tutor. Okay, she is a Middleton, not a tutor, not in name, not even in function. So they probably had to hire a tutor for Kate so that she could help George. So Prince William reveals Kate Middleton is very sorry she hasn't joined him for the Earthshot Award in Singapore because she is helping Prince George with his first set of major exams. Kate has stayed at home to help the 10-year-old prince study. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. Anyway, what was this? I think this was 2023. I think that's when this happened, was 2023. You know, and don't forget, you guys, in 2023, that was when they spent most of the year saying that there was going to be a royal divorce in 2024. Remember that? And we all know when they said a royal divorce that they were testing the waters to see if maybe let's just say a senior royal and his wife, they were testing the waters to see how the public would react to that. That's what I believe. Well, anyway, what happened? That senior royal ended up getting sick and having surgery, and then they disappeared for 172 days. And after very intense negotiation, things kind of patched itself up, and now they have separate homes, allegedly. So that was the response to there's going to be a divorce in 2024. And so when this trip took place, it was November, things were getting to that countdown, because I really do believe that somebody meant to get a divorce in 2024. And we all know who that was. Oh, Kate Middleton revives the Grandpa Core. Is that what they call it? Grandpa Core trend during visit to Scotland. Here's how to wear it now. How Princess Kate is reinventing old lady fashion in 2026. The mother of Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis enjoys modernizing granny style trend. If I was Kate, I'd stay clear of the granny style. Kate was granny style when she went out that night with Sir Richard Branson, okay? Kate was granny style the first time she ever went on a walkabout. Kate has been rocking the granny style pretty much until Meghan arrived. And then she started trying to dress more appropriately for her age. But before that, it was all granny all the time. Let's see. Why would you compete with the Winter Olympics for Earth Flop? Maybe they're hoping that nobody is paying attention. Maybe they don't want anybody to pay attention to the Earth Flop. Church Nelly. Hey, Church Nelly. Well, before I go on, Church Nelly, let's go back to the beginning because we don't want you to miss anything. Listen, we outside. Meghan showed up and showed out in her, what is it, Harbison gown, Harbison studio gown. Very minimal makeup. And by the way, check out the earrings. Don't have any information about the shoes or the earrings, but I'm sure that is forthcoming. Matter of fact, I am going to go and take a look to see if they have updated that information. See if I can get the lowdown. Okay, and I do not see anything for that. Okay, but I'm going to keep an eye out. As a matter of fact, I am going to go and take a quick look to see if I am missing anything. And so far, not so much. But Meghan is trending right now on the Twitter and all over Beyonce's social media. I mean, Beyonce's internet. Oh, Lord, you guys. Someone has made, someone is very angry. They made an AI, a very nasty AI with Kate. Yeah, with Kate and Meghan, one of those trashy derangers. They upset. They are very upset, and they should be. They should be upset because they have spent so much time trying to build up this persona for Kate that just does not exist. And then they get frustrated when she doesn't rise to the occasion. So I can understand their frustration, but don't take it out on Meghan. She's just being herself. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything new. So I'm going to go and continue with this for Church Nelly. There's a couple of the other looks there. Oh, you like the black train? I love it. And it's velvet. From what I can tell, it's velvet. Yeah, it looks like there is blush. Is the color she's wearing, blush with black. And very, very, very little makeup. We are just presenting our face card tonight. Yes, we're just presenting our face card. You know, when Meghan first lost the baby weight, she had got very thin, but I think she's at a perfect size now. I think she's at a perfect size now. She got really, really thin when she first lost the baby weight. Well, that's a good size for her. That is more like wedding day size, I think. But she had gotten a lot smaller than that. Oh, anytime, Church Nelly, anytime. Also, we do have these. And then, of course, the major face card right there. And then, of course, mission accomplished. I'm going to call this photo mission accomplished. Or I think they got the message. Yeah, we'll call that one. I think they got the message. uh, oh, man. They are going to be very, very upset in Derangerville. By the way, I had the milk chocolate bar tonight. The milk chocolate with the cookies. Oh, it was so good. At first it was kind of like, it's okay. And then by the time I got about halfway through it, I found myself breaking a piece and breaking another piece and breaking another piece. Oh my goodness, it was so good. It was so good. Oh, you guys, I just found a photo here. It says praying for the safe return of Savannah Guthrie mom. And apparently, Meghan and Savannah, let's see here. I'll show you. This is the first time I've seen this. This was at the Project Healthy Mind. That's Savannah Guthrie right there. So one of the squaddies shared that, I think 2 days ago. Okay, I didn't know they had ever met, but yeah, every time I see that they have not figured out anything, it just it's like a punch in the gut, really. Especially if you've ever had any incident where um, your loved one's been in the news and then it turns out to be a tragedy. If you've ever gone through something like that, I tell you, when you watch the news, when you see a family going through something, it just takes you right back to your own situation. If that makes any sense, I'm not sure if I'm saying it the right way, but um, once you've experienced something like that in your own family, then you really you really feel for the people this on television. So we'll be praying for her mom's safe return. It's very strange. I know, Church Nelly, that really did not make any sense to me either, and I'm just like, oh man, I hate to see anybody go through something like this. Yep. The first time when you hear your loved one is not where they're supposed to be, um, what goes through your mind at that time is just very, very rapid thoughts. Oh, Church Nelly, you weren't able to get one? I'm sorry. Okay. Let's see. Where did I leave off? I've already talked about those Lululemon pants, a topic which I like to address every so often, lest anybody should think that the future queen is so sophisticated. In case anybody thinks the future queen is so sophisticated, um, oh look! Oh my goodness! Look at those cheekbones. Look at those cheekbones. Do you see that beautiful complexion? Oh, I tell you, sometimes I just want to ask myself out. You know that? I look at my picture, I'd be like, "Hey, you, hey, what you doing? Nothing, nothing." Anyway, let me stop looking at myself. Hey, hey, you, what your name is? Okay. Well, Church Nelly, we'll have to do something for you. We have to do something for you. I want to do something for you, but I don't trust myself to be able to do something. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of things can happen before I try to send you my other chocolate bar. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things can go wrong on the way to the post office with that chocolate bar. So I want to do something for you. My heart says do something for you, but I don't know. I do. That's a tough one there. I wish you would have said something. I wish you would have said something. Well, let me put it to you like this, Church Nelly. It ain't looking good for you. It ain't looking good for you. Um, because let's just say that I have a loss of my senses and I say, you know what? I got this whole other chocolate bar. I'm going to send this to Church Nelly, right? But I still have to take it to the post office to send it to you. And on the way there, what if my hypoglycemia kick in and I start getting dizzy and that little voice say, open up that candy bar, take a big bite out of it. You don't want a candy bar with a big bite in it, do you? So yeah, yeah, we better just I don't know what to tell you. I'll see if I can get one off of eBay. I'm sure they're going to sell them on eBay for like $20 each. Oh, oh, look at what the Ozempic dragged in allegedly. Look at what the Ozempic dragged in. This is the person who was so hypercritical of Harry and the fact that he still grieves of the loss of his mother. Osborne to Trump, if you kick out Latinos, who will clean your toilets? Classy, very classy. Do you guys remember that? Wow, I did not know that was so long ago. But yeah, I guess it was 2015. This person who thinks that she's ready to conquer mass media actually said that on The View one day when Trump was talking about mass deportation. her classy, sophisticated answer was, well, if you kick out the Latinos, who's going to clean your toilets? That was ignorant, out of touch, very, very low. That was very lowbrow. And that's being too polite saying lowbrow. But what an ignorant individual. And then, of course, now that her appearance has become so haggard, she is angry because people are critical of her. It was okay when that little monster was criticizing everyone else. The photo on the right, that is present day. What's her name? What is her first name? Anyway, that's the present day her. Oh, thirsty for relevance. Yeah, that's what we should call her. Thirsty for relevance. She had the nerves to say that, oh, Kelly Osbourne. See, that's how much I pay attention to her. I forgot the girl's name. Hey, Hazel. Now, back in 2023, it's the audacity of this pathetic wannabe, especially when you're born and raised in a delusional family such as Kelly Osbourne. You should want to sit this one out. But if I remember correctly, wasn't Carrie, I think they meant Kelly, right? Whining about her life a couple years back. You think she forgot? Anyway, let me play that little sound bite. Those are not the words of the content creator there. That was one of the squatties that said that. Just so there's no confusion.
And called out Prince Harry for being a whack and just calling him names for no reason, when we all know that Kelly Osbourne has not been relevant for many years. As she goes on to start talking about how he's a whiner, and all he does is talk about his, like, nobody in the world has mental health problems, like he acts like he's the only one. She just goes on to just talk about how you see it, he's a twat, she calls him. Kelly, do you not remember what a dysfunctional family that you came from, your own self, and how you sat back and glad about how people needed to give your family a break, and that, everybody had mental health issues, but you want to sit there and call out Prince Harry? Pot call the kettle black much? Well, anyway, Kelly Osbourne has not been relevant for a very, very long time, and we all know that. Everything that she's tried to touch lately has not gone too well for her. So obviously she had to go on this podcast and, spew out all kinds of anger towards Prince Harry, because obviously she knows she's not going to get no clicks unless she does talk about somebody that's actually relevant, as in Prince Harry. So, Kelly, you probably need to just tame it down a little bit. Remember where you came from, and you remember how all that kind of anger was going against your family at one time, and catch Harry a little bit of a break, because Kelly, you're just acting like a deranger as the other ones, and you're just trying to act just like all the other UK people in the media over there, talking about nonsense that you don't even really know much about. Calling them these kinds of names just kind of shows what kind of person you truly are. Yeah.
Well, okay. I like her. And let's give her some flowers for that. Wendy, I think that is her name on is that right? Oh no. Yeah, Wendy Royal Pop Talk. That's her name on the TikTok. Wendy Royal Pop Talk. So thank you, Wendy. Well, and here's the update, of course, is that since that time, um, you know, oh my God, I want to feel some level of sympathy for this girl. It's not easy. But since that time, she lost her father. And since she's lost her father, she has become very, very frail in appearance. Very frail. And then she was fussing and angry about, oh, this is what happens when a person is grieving. Well, don't tell us, tell Prince Harry, the one you offended with your talk of get over it. And, uh, well, I don't remember the exact words, but in spirit, she was basically saying that he's a whiner and that he needs to get over it. How long ago was that? That's what she said. And I guarantee you that for the next 20 years, she is going to have these up and down mental health episodes because of the loss of her father. Right? She's essentially, that is the rest of her life. She can talk a good game. No, I won't even say she can talk a good game because it sounded weak and pathetic. But she's a talker and she had plenty to say. And well, light-skinned Harry is protected by the ancestors. And the ancestors have said what they needed to say to her. And that's why she is looking the way she is right now. If you live in a glass house, you should not throw stones. You should not throw stones from your glass house. The many faces of Kelly Osbourne. I don't have a favorite. I just don't. And I tell you, the one on the left, that looks like a cousin visiting the Addams family, right? It's like if there was an Addams family episode where a cousin was visiting from, I don't know, Transylvania or whatever, that would be the cousin right there. Let's see. Not into fashion, but that dress and cloak, cape, hair, and fabulous. Let's go back and take a look at it. Let's go back and take another look. Just one look. That's all it took. Yeah, just one look. That's all it took. Oh man, I love when we outside. I really love when we're outside, when we're doing this. You know what I mean? Oh, drama, drama, drama. And you know what? I love that backdrop. I love that backdrop. Instead of just your basic red carpet, if there was like the red carpet and then a wall with all of that, branding on it, it would have taken away from the gown just a little bit. And this way, the gown really stands out with that pale green backdrop. So I am loving that. Yes, my dear, we are outside. Let's see. Heather Stroud says to be in Australia, it isn't for weight loss, but many get it by being pre-diabetic. Then we have shortages. You know what, Heather Stroud? There has been shortages of the Ozempic um, in the United States. Now they have caught up. They have caught up. It's not as difficult because there's so many different brands available now. So they have finally caught up. But for a while, there was a shortage in the U.S. Lex says the British media wanted to monetize and gatekeep Harry and Meghan's lives. They don't want them to take their own narrative. And number two, force them into silence. British media whines about Harry and Meghan. Thank you very much, Legs. If I can remember, it was Charles Spencer who said that he was approached by the media, the tabloid media, and they told them that they were going to create a storyline or a characterization for him. And they said you could either participate or not. They said either way, we're going to tell the story the way we want to. And so they had cast him as the estranged rogue brother or whatever it was they had made up for him. And essentially, and that was the only place I've ever heard this before, but we've seen it played out. But he was the only person that's ever spoke about how the tabloids cast a characterization of you, and you are not allowed to deviate from it. You can do whatever you want to, but you are stuck in that characterization. So the party prince, of course, is what Harry's character was. And William, the very dutiful yet lazy William, that was his storyline. And then, of course, dull and lazy Kate. The only thing is the branding of lazy, they have taken that away from them. They're not allowed to fail anymore. They're not allowed to embarrass the royal family, even though we know they definitely do, especially when you think of the Caribbean tour. That was the biggest embarrassment. And of course, Andrew has his character. Sophie, of course, they have improved her character. Edward, he's been given a makeover, a character makeover. But yeah, that's what they do. They create a character like Carolyn Fleck. Carolyn Fleck was not allowed to be human anymore. Carolyn Fleck was this massive failure, an abuser, and all the other things they painted Carolyn Fleck to be. It's so sinister and diabolical that they can do this and legally get away with it. But and of course, there's Princess Diana. They characterized her to the grave. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Lex, for mentioning that. Harry said it that the media do when you are a blank canvas, but Meghan come fully established. Yeah, the worst characterization of Meghan was, of course, just before the Oprah interview when they were terrified that Willie would be branded a bully. So, of course, they used deflection and decided that Meghan is the bully. Oh, Sunday blessings to you too. Thank you very much. Okay. By the way, you guys, I was kind of stuck trying to get myself organized here, but I have a plan and I am going to get my household organized, something that I was hoping to do 2 years ago. So I am going to talk about that from time to time so that I can help encourage others to purge unnecessary items and organize your home. This is 2026 and we can always do better. So, but I'll talk about that another time. But I feel so much better because I got some containers. I'm going to throw some things out. I got some of those big contractor bags that I can, purge some things. I'm so excited about that. I want to be light. Oh, shining wank. William went to get in bed with the media so that he could raise his and Kate's profile, denigrating Harry and Meghan. William was too happy when he thought Harry was beneath him. Well, he thought that was a natural order of things, didn't he? That Harry should exist beneath him. Let me see. Harry said, when you. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I saw that already. Okay. Where did I leave off? I'm going to go back to. Oh man, I hope they find that that woman's mother, Samantha. What is her name? Savannah Guthrie. I hope they find her mother safe. I promise you, I hope they do. King Charles, chickens live in a hutch with a punny name, just like Meghan and Harry's flock. The king isn't the only one with a witty chicken coop name. Well, if you guys haven't seen this, I think this, this is from 2 days ago now. You see that? Cluckingham Palace. Cluckingham Palace. Like Archie's Chicken. Established 2021, Archie's Chicken. Well, apparently, Charles III has Cluckingham Palace. And I hope Charles is careful because he doesn't want to run afoul, no pun intended, but he doesn't want to run afoul of ye old bitter bird because remember, chickens are nice, but he has to make sure that he plays up the turkey. He has a huge turkey, a big, wild, bitter turkey running around the property. And I don't know how well turkeys and chickens get along, but he ought to be careful because the old bitter bird might peck him to pieces. If it wasn't for the sunglasses, tell the truth. If it wasn't for the sunglasses, you wouldn't even know that was Camilla. Well, you would know it was Camilla, but you know what I mean. You wouldn't really notice that Camilla looks more like a turkey. You probably wouldn't have noticed, but for the sunglasses. But yeah, the old bitter bird. Buck, 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 Charles, Charles, buck, 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 buck. Charles. Let's see. William thought they would get the chance to give Harry the spare treatment all the other spares in the family got. Harry said, "Not today, Satan. Not today, Satan." Okay, let me see here. That boiler chicken is tough on the dentures. Okay. Yes, Charles wants to seem as likable, so he's copying Harry and Meghan. He first started piggying backing on Meghan's success with jams. Then it was with wine, and now the chicken coop. Yep, now the chicken coop. Yeah, there's actually a video of Charles with the chickens. Yes. Um, I never watched their reality show, but from what I hear, um, the the real Osbournes are on full display, and it is not attractive. Although I like Ozzy, I always like Ozzy. I just never liked the rest of them. Okay, so I'm going to go back over to the Twitter and see if there is anything that I'm missing, any extra photos or what have you. Oh my. Okay. Well, okay. I don't see anything that I have not seen already, but let me take a closer look just to be certain. But I think we may have seen just about all there was to see with photos. And the videos, again, unfortunately, I cannot share those because they have that watermark that says Getty Images. And, well, we don't want that smoke from Getty. So I'll take a look through and see if there's anything we're missing. But I do believe that that is probably it for images. I don't think there's anything that I have not shared. And no additional videos, unfortunately. But if I have anything else, I will share it with you tomorrow. But that should do it for us, guys. I'm going to stick around so that. Oh, you know what? I'm going to put the link up there for Legs or Hazel Jones. If you guys have anything you want to contribute, no pressure if you don't. But let me put the link up in case you want to add something to tonight. Okay. There's a way to do that privately, and I'm just a little bit too lazy to do it, really. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I just almost banned you. Okay, man. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the wrong one. I should be over here. Yeah, so like I said, if you guys want to add anything to tonight, maybe we'll stay on a little longer. If not, I'll tonight. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to do the private thing. I mean, I could probably figure it out, but I don't want to. Let's see. I need to get some dinner, homemade pizza, I think. Thank you, Baron. Good evening, everyone. It's Sunday night here and relax time. Wow, you're in Australia, right? It's Sunday night in Australia? That is so weird. But yeah, I guess it makes sense with the time difference. I went past the catfish place today and did not stop and get any. I went past it and I didn't get any. What was I thinking? I think I should have some catfish for Sunday. You know what made me so kind of sad, Hazel Jones? Remember when Ozzy Osbourne had that last concert and he kept looking left and right because he wanted, or he was hoping that somebody would help him stand up, and they would not let him. And then I think he died a week later. That's kind of heartbreaking. I mean, that was his last performance, and he really wanted to give something to the crowd. And if you ever look at that video of him sitting in a chair doing his last performance, they said when he was looking left and right and he was kind of leaning forward, he was hoping that someone would, come and help him stand up for the crowd, and nobody came. And that makes me so sad. That really makes me sad. I mean, maybe it would have been the wrong thing to do, but I kind of wish they would have done that for him. Okay, let me see. Oh, I didn't know both of y'all were here.
Yep.
Sorry about that. I did not even notice. Okay, sorry.
Well, we just let you wait.
I had to close some windows before I came on. Everything was
I didn't hear the beep. I didn't hear the beep at all.
Everything was starting to lag on my computer. I'm like, oh, look at all.
I heard the second beep, but I didn't hear the first one. I didn't hear when legs came in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. What I always have to do is that when StreamYard pops into my mind, I have to mute the normal YouTube chat. Otherwise, it lags.
Oh, I see.
It's a delay from the YouTube one to the StreamYard, so we're always like either a half second or 15 seconds before it.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I open up a YouTube channel so I can see what you guys are seeing, and mine is also delayed. So.
So yeah, I have to remember to mute the YouTube channel, then close the 5011 windows I have open for some reason. And then
I got to do that too sometimes. Like if I have Instagram up or if I have Twitter up, and those things going off and blaring in the background, it's like, oh, whoa.
Yeah, and don't let me be singing. Don't let me be singing. Harry looks so handsome there, doesn't he?
He does.
And happy. And
And
Yeah.
happy. That's the most important thing, happy.
you know what's very interesting is that like anytime Meghan and Harry show the happiness, they have to the British media have to find a way to be like, oh, he's not happy, because they just need to keep their narrative. Because obviously, if those two can leave and be happy in the existence that they created, like they said, that the royal family is supposed to be the best thing they can have. And so if someone can leave and enjoy themselves, that's horrible. What's interesting about it, I think, is that like the article that came up, and I don't know if you saw this when you two saw it, but it was like they were worried about what Prince Harry's mental health struggles because he misses the UK and stuff like that. I'm like, does this look like someone who's missing the UK currently?
Especially when he said from Kandahar that he gets a feeling in the pit of his stomach anytime the plane is landing in London. He starts to get that weird, awful feeling. So he, I'm sure he misses certain people, but there's plenty that he does not miss about, being at home. I'm sure Balmoral, he feels very differently about that because, as a kid, that was a place he could run around and there wasn't a bunch of prying eyes and such. But this whole business of him, I don't buy it.
Well, if you remember when he would go to work in the UK, he always had that stoic face on him, right? And I
Yeah.
think sometimes he did it just because he was around the others, obviously. But then when he started coming around Meghan and started showing like emotions and holding hands, like I remember when him and her both first started doing things, it was clear that William was like, "You look too happy. Don't hold hands. That's too much of a contradiction of me and Kate." So like I remember initially him like particularly putting his hand a certain way so Meghan couldn't hold it. So because he was trying to be like, okay, let me just do this out in public because I don't want William to be jealous. And I'm like, why would because obviously like him and Meghan looking happier then brought it back to the other people. But I'm like, look, they can be happy if they want to. If William's not a hand holder, he's not a hand holder. If he doesn't want to look happy besides looking like a sourpuss, let him look like a sourpuss. Like Meghan and Harry shouldn't have to change their particular isms just because others feel like, oh, it makes them look like they're dour and unhappy. Maybe they are.
William and that grimace, though, I don't know if that is a mental health thing or what would you call it? The facial tics and the grimace and the scowl. There's something wrong with that person.
Well, you know what? When it started coming, right? When he was younger and he had hair, it's weird that does it to you, but whatever. When he had hair, he would smile every now and then, or he would have that condescending, like, yeah, I think I know I'm hot look, right?
Right.
And then once the hair started slowly going, and the grimace started coming more and more in, and he started getting that Mr. Burns look. And so I feel like he's just angry now because he once was what he once was, he is no longer. And I'm like, you can easily fix that with plugs if you really care that much.
We think about Harry's words, right? What's left of his hair or whatever Harry said. If you think about what Harry said, I think Harry also noticed that as his hair went away, or as he lost hair, then he became increasingly angry and bitter and hostile. So I think you got a point there. That sounds perfectly logical or plausible, should I say?
Yeah, and he was at an age where he understood more when his parents were breaking up. So William has some really deep seated issues, I think, that he's never taken care of, you know.
Yeah, true that
And
as well.
but the thing is, I don't give him a pass because you're an adult now. You're an adult. You know that you've got problems. You know that you've got issues and things, and you have more than enough money to go and see someone and get it taken care of. Get yourself taken care of. Get yourself straight. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't cut William any slack, because you know better and you can do better.
I think with William, see, he like the way he dealt with Diana's death, and the way that they're trying to paint it in the media. Like when we read from Spare, like Harry was willing to walk behind Diana. William didn't want to do that, and you know, as a kid, William shouldn't have to be put in that situation. Like The Crown, like I didn't really watch that season, but they made it seem like, oh, William's like, no, I will do it for mom. You know, like made it seem like he wants her legacy. I personally think with William, because he's always angry and he hasn't dealt with his anger. He's personally angry that Diana actually passed, and he just hasn't dealt with that very well. Like
No.
Harry, you know, is going for like, okay, like why did she pass? You know, like and trying to learn from it to move forward. William's just trying to put it behind him. But in essence, he still wants to like he wants to claim everything that she is, right? Because even against Harry, right? Like he wants to be like, oh well, see, I'm going to be Diana's legacy. Like even though I don't want to talk about her, like I want to make sure that my kids the legacy, which is why like one, they didn't want Meghan to have a tiara, right? But then as soon as they found out that she's going to do the Spencer tiara, they're like, oh, okay, well let's do something about this. Like when you start seeing those tabloid papers about William wondering where Meghan's ring is, and I'm like, that's not even Diana's ring. Like, why do you care? Like,
Exactly.
and it's like, no, like I need to know where her jewelry is. And it's like, what, dude? And then also even the idea of Kensington Palace, right? Kensington Palace was where Diana was, right? So he renovates that to be like, okay, look, I know I'm going to be the Prince of Wales one day. My wife's going to be Princess of Wales. I need to own her legacy. So imagine Harry, here comes Harry, and like all of a sudden Harry's children look more like the Spencer family than William kids do. And then like they, which is why I think maybe William was in talks with Charles to not let Harry's kids get a prince or princess title, which was their right when Charles ascended. But it's like he wanted to claim it all himself, which is why he was also fine with Harry being in that cottage behind Kensington Palace. But the public face was that, oh, look, no, Harry's in his life of luxury, right? So that's why whenever anyone visited Meghan, when they were there with her wedding dress, they went to Kensington Palace. I'm like, well, no, let's just be honest. The wedding person should go to Not Cottage. Why don't you all show what accommodations they actually have? Because what you want the public to be like, oh no, this is the life of luxury they lead, so why do they complain? But in behind the scenes, you want to be like, know your place. This is what you get. We're going to make sure that you get the worst of the worst so that you know that you're beneath us. But in the presence of the public, oh no, the public also would go in on you if you all say anything. They'd be like, what do you mean you're in a life? You're in a palace. But they didn't want anything for them, which is why they harped so much on Meghan and Harry's actual home. And remember what Harry said, and I can't remember was it the documentary where when he walked in Harry's house, he was like, whoa. Imagine him coming from a place with palaces, coming in a place where he's like, wait, I get to be in a place like this. Like that says enough that he's just used to getting whatever scraps they give him.
Exactly. I mean, they had the kid going to Eton, of all places, with his clothes in a trash bag.
Oh yeah, that's like, you know, and not to put down anyone who's in foster care, but that's how foster care children are moved from one place to another. And here he is, a prince of the realm, and nobody cares enough to make sure that he had everything he needed.
Exactly. You know, and that thing with those kids walking behind that casket. Well, I know that it used to be done a long time ago. Um, I know my brother did it when our mother died, and he was like 9 or something like that. But the families are different, right?
Yeah.
We were in a loving family where you had cousins and my dad and my grandfather and everyone there surrounding him, and he wanted to go, because I think he wanted to be with my dad. I need to ask him that one day. Because my dad was walking behind my mom's casket. So in that case, they let him go, but that was fine. But to force them is a completely different thing, and
Particularly for the optics for Charles, because Charles knew he was going to get backlash. So he
and
did it for himself.
and also Tony Blair, because remember Blair and Downing Street had a big hand in planning that funeral. He really did use that funeral to his advantage. And I think before she died, he was using Diana also to his advantage. But and then they're calling Philip, and he's having a hard time handful controlling William, because William is running away and hiding out all over Balmoral, and Philip and the staff, they're all over the place looking for him. And they're like calling him and like, well, do you think we really should have them walk? And he's like, look, I'm trying to find the kid and keep him in the house, okay? I don't have time for this. I mean, but it was a mess. And I think the compromise when, you know, Philip told him, like, if you want, I'll walk with you and I'll talk to you guys. And if you remember that video, if you go back and look at that video, you'll see his lips moving and he's talking to them and he's telling them about different sites they're walking through the city, just to take their mind off that. Because remember, he himself had to do that once in his life when he had to walk behind his sister
with the Nazis.
with the Nazis. Um, right. So, yeah, with a whole bunch of Nazis, he had to go back to Germany and do that.
And what an embarrassment for Philip, that he was a British subject and his sisters are Nazis. And he
well,
has to go back, over to Germany. I mean, I'm
there's a
sure
whole lot
that.
of there's a lot
Mhm.
of back history to that. Now, one of Philip's sisters was only 15 when she married the Nazi, the one that people usually single out, Sophie.
Mhm.
She was 15 when she married that man, and
So she did not have
she was,
agency as an adult.
and he was in his 30s. They were all
Yeah.
pretty young. The oldest one might have been 18 or 19, but they let Philip come to England and live with his grandmother, but they didn't want the girls to come and live with their grandmother. So they had no other relatives. The other Greek royals were off begging wherever, and their father had run off and left them. Their mother was in an asylum. Well, get a husband.
Yeah, that was like the only way out of it.
So I, you know, being a Nazi is bad. I'm not saying being a Nazi is a good thing, but there's a nuance to that. And the one that they always focus on, Sophie, she was 15. Do you think she had the choice of whether or not to invite Hitler to that house?
No.
Okay.
No.
By the way, I did put a picture of Harry with the bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the shoes. Look at his pants.
Like it's someone that's not cared for. Like that.
But there's Harry present day, and let's see, what is that? The $3,000 Gurkha Kilborn. So we've come a long way from the
Exactly.
garbage bag, a very long way.
This is
And
what
well
Meghan.
deserved.
This is what Meghan saw, right? She saw a man who was trying to put his life together, but also thought like Megan's like, wait, you can't you get clothes that fit? Like, oh, don't worry, I got it. I'll pay for it, honey. It's okay. You know, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, she's like, some of the stuff you're supposed to learn along the way when you're getting older, like have someone help you with this, but he didn't have anyone that actually even cared. And you know, to be fair, he can be like, oh, I don't care. And you can say like, well, that makes them more relatable, but it doesn't hurt to have someone with clothes that fit, with shoes that don't have holes, with like an actual carry bag versus actual garbage bag, right? It's just
Exactly.
like basically like they can make it seem like, oh, he's a modest individual. No, it's like you all aren't taking care of him. Like you all are living in opulence, and you're not even giving the kid the necessary things that he needs to just go about doing it.
Right. I mean, he was a child. And they just left him to the mercy of the world, as my grandmother used to say. And they were wrong for that. Really wrong for that.
And then even like the everything within his PR. So even like remember when they went to pick him up from when he got when his location was leaked and he had to go back, and obviously that location was strategically leaked because they didn't want him getting any more honors and then being hired with William, right? So they leaked that, and also I can't remember what they call him, Will and Kate Lazy. So they needed a distraction, so they leaked that so they can get Harry back. And then of course William and Charles show up at the airport with the media, and we was like, oh, why don't I carry your bag now? You know, something like that. Charles going, and it's like, no, that was all optics for you all, like not caring that he had to go away from basically. He went to war to get away from you people, and then you all leaked this information just to force him back for as a distraction. You never care for his happiness.
Never. You
Take
know.
a look at him in church there. That photo, I have actually looked at that sometimes and had tears in my eyes because I could only imagine what was going through his mind. Um, you know, sitting next to William with his wife, and she's obviously pregnant there, and him hoping that one day that he could have that kind of a happiness, and the idea that they fought so hard to try to take that away from him, did not want him to have it, and then tried to take it away from him.
Okay, I don't want to distract, but so Kate's pregnant. Okay, does she not know about church and skirt length?
No, because she was known for her legs, and she spent the first, I'm going to say, 10, well, maybe 7, 8 years of her royal duties showing her knees off. I mean, a lot of her dresses were above the knee standing. And so when she sat down,
Jeez,
but
I mean,
that's what made her feel beautiful and wanted and desirable and attractive. And probably for her, she assumed that that was her best asset, and that that's what the country wanted to see. That's what they wanted from her, was to see her legs. And just like when she wore that red outfit, um, the press, the press made
those
a big deal about it. You
those
know,
sloppy chicken
about
wings.
how toned her legs were,
the
and
can, the can outfit.
yeah, they encouraged it. But of course, um, it's only because she doesn't have anything else going for her. She doesn't have a whole lot of positives. And so they made a big deal out of that, even though it was so improper. And of course, given her age now, it is more than time to stop that nonsense. You don't see that from other crown princesses around Europe. She's the only one.
I'm glad she has that thing on her lap because she cough, just jeez.
I mean, I think she'll be pretty much one of the first queens of anywhere where we've seen just about all of her naked body. Right? We've
Yeah.
seen her breasts, we've seen her nether regions. We've seen
okay.
everything, because remember when they went on that Australia tour, when they were coming down, they were arriving and they were coming down the stairs. She was wearing that red dress and she was holding George, and the red dress flew right up in her face. And we know she doesn't wear underwear, so they got an eyeful. So
now I have a question about that. Like, so is that a European thing? Like to sunbathe without a top when guys are around? I know it's nudist beach, but like in the U.S., you don't have women doing that. So
well, in Germany, there's actually a park where, well, maybe more than one park, but I know by one of those rivers, I don't know which one, but yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not a big hang up or anything like that. So I don't know about the rest of Europe, but I know in Germany.
I think along the Rivieras too, but I don't think it's all that common in England proper.
Okay, because like remember when it was some yacht pictures that they don't show, but it was William. I don't know if it's a William yacht, but he likes them a lot. But it was some yacht picture where William was out, and he was out with Kate and her sister, and Kate's sister Pippa didn't have a top on, and I'm like, wait, what? Well, wait, you're around William without a top? Is that okay? I just trying to make sure that it's maybe some cultural difference that I'm missing, but like, so. What's interesting about all of this, like when Meghan came in, they tried to call her a yacht girl. They tried to say, oh, she was on Epstein Island, which means that they knew all of this stuff all this time about Kate. And and then they're trying to fix it to Meghan. And I'm like, no, but Meghan, and that what's more problematic for them is that Meghan was been in the media for I don't know how long, and they couldn't find any of these things on her, like hoping that maybe she had something that was a little bit indecorous. But it couldn't. And so then they started fixing what Kate was, as well as what Camilla was, onto Meghan. And I'm like, that says enough about what you all think about Kate and Camilla. But you want to use that as, because you've been wanting to use it for forever, but since they were protected from that, now you got to push it on to someone else.
Right. But Kate, and I could never think of any comparable crown princess to Kate. But you know who it is? It's Mette-Marit. It's just that I don't think about Mette-Marit much because
That's Norway, right? Or Sweden?
Right.
Norway.
I just never had a vibe for her, and people used to say, oh, but she's beautiful. I'm like, well, yeah, if you say so, but there was always something about that woman.
And just for everyone that's listening, the Princess of Wales, the equivalent is Crown Princess in, I think, just about every other royal family. So the UK, since, for like 700 years, they've used Prince of Wales, Princess of Wales, rather than to use the Crown Prince and Crown Princess.
Right.
Otherwise, if they ever stop using that title, then they would probably go back to Crown Prince and Crown Princess.
Well, they probably should actually just go to that, because the history of why they do the Prince and Princess of Wales, and that's why the Welsh can't stand it. It was for subjugation. Because like Wales was like the various principalities, and so what was it? Was it Edward the First? Was it? He made a deal with the main principality in Wales, and then like eventually all the other ones became part of the Welsh. But then what was it? After he died, his son went over there and killed the king, and then killed his son, and then decided to make his son the Prince of Wales. And so the Welsh, and it's just to subjugate them. So the Welsh should have hated that title for I don't know how long.
Oh yeah, that's centuries. I think we're talking about by that time Edward III did that. So what, the 1400s or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
That's some long-standing animosity. I mean, but both Kate and Mette-Marit are somewhat coarse. Mette-Marit being more coarse than Kate. I'll give her that. She's not as bad as Mette-Marit, but I went back and did some looking around about Mette-Marit, and I was like, oh, good God, what were they thinking when they gave permission for him to marry her? Oh,
he was in love, and I'm sure she had a personality that was so different from most people, because I think that, as a country, they're very reserved, right? And they're very
What,
humble.
the Norwegians?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not really. I had Norwegian roommates, and I went over there to visit. Yeah, they're not as. It's just that their royal family is not the same thing as the UK. The UK keeps putting themselves in everyone else's business. The way the Norwegians see it is just like, oh well, we have their royal family, but they really don't do anything. And since they don't do anything, we're okay with them just minding their own. Like when I was there visiting, like my friend was like, "Oh yeah, that's the palace down the street." I was like, "What?" I looked up. And he was like, "Yeah, that's the palace. They're there, but whatever." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So it's like there is like they just know they're a thing, but they're not really. They don't really have any outstanding power, or at least perceived power. Whereas
Right.
whereas the British family, I feel like they have the media to their backing, which is obvious, at least now for me. But before actually, like Harry married Meghan, I didn't pay attention, and so I just thought about what I used to hear in terms of, oh, they're just the figureheads with no official power, not to, but that's what they want us to think, right? And so now we realize how much power they actually have. Like if something goes through and the queen doesn't like it, she can just vote it down at that point. Well, now king, right? And and the amount of power that they have wielding all this stuff. Like how often do we hear that? Oh, Diana didn't want security. To just only see them strip Harry and Meghan of their security, and then and people point out wait, you stripped them of their security to try to force them back, but then for them to use the media to be like, well, the security is only given to the working royals and stuff, and then people and they use that line over and over again to convince the public, well, yeah, no, it is for working royals, not to think that all these other royals that aren't working still have security. And then even for instance for Rayback, that you get people that are singers and all these other very important persons going over there, they get security, but you can't give security to a blood prince of that same nation. And it's clearly that it's his father's doing for this. And then not only to talk about this father that's oh, he's such a doting grandfather. I'm like, I have not seen him around William and Kate's kids at all, unless it's in public that they're getting some attention. And then two, you're such a doting grandfather that you took the home that was given to them that they paid for, from your mom, and then yet you want them to come visit you without a home that you stole from them. It kind of doesn't read right.
I mean, Charles doesn't. I don't think he can abide children. I don't think he can stand small children around him.
Yeah, I don't
He's
think
one
so
of
either.
those old royals from the Elizabeth raised him like an Edwardian, So there you go. That's why Camilla has her own house, so she can be with her grandchildren.
By the
Because
way,
I
I
can't
put this
imagine
up.
him. I
Oh,
can't
I'm sorry.
imagine. Oh, go
I'm
ahead,
just
man.
gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say I put this up here so you could see a little bit of the history, but I put the sound down. So if you guys want to take a read of that, then you can see some of what the history of Wales and England was. Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to say that.
Oh yeah, it was the 1400s. Yeah, I mean, that's why Camilla has her own house, so she can go and spend time with her grandchildren. Can you imagine them running around Clarence House with all the Queen Mother's precious stuff still in there? Oh my God. Ah, you know, I mean, some of the paintings are great, but those statues that are in there, because they refurbished the house, took out all the asbestos and everything, but he kept all the Queen Mother's furnishings in that place.
And some of those racist things.
All that old bronze and all those um, what are they called? I
The
can't remember.
Blackamoors.
The Blackamoor things, right?
Hmm.
That's all the Queen Mother stuff. If there's anything in there of Camilla's, it's in her private sitting room, wherever it is.
Well, and Harry's old bedroom.
And Harry's old bedroom, right? That's where anything of that gives her comfort is.
Her booze dispenser. her
Yeah.
gin fountain.
I'm sure she does need a damn drink. Shit, I would. I'm sorry. I mean, those people are awful.
So it's always
But
funny when they talk about like, oh no, Harry should go back. Go back to what? You know, like
no, Harry
he
broke
doesn't,
free. Leave him alone.
he doesn't have a home there. Like you all made sure. The one house he had there, you took that. Like, and
You
then any
know?
of these family gatherings are all PR. Like, can you imagine going and then like for instance those what maybe those was that 2024 or like those garden parties that William as well as Charles threw. So first Charles throws one, so he can pair it at the same time when Harry's doing his lawsuit against the Mirror, I think it was at that time. And then but then William hates Charles, of course, at this point, so he doesn't go. So then the next time William throws one and forces them all to go, and then Charles doesn't show up. And it's just like those whole garden parties were just a flex to be like, look, I'm going to be king, or I'm currently king, and which means that you ought to do what I say because I have the purse strings.
Oh, that's interesting. Um, um, I'm hearing some loud noises in the background. William's garden party really was a last minute thing. You can see just from the crowd that was there.
You
You
can
know,
see it from Beatrice and Eugenie's face. It was a last minute thing.
right? You can see that, right? Because the other they throw a certain amount of them every year at the same time every year because rain. And he didn't have that many people at his garden party because how many people could just get off work at the last minute to go to an afternoon garden party? It's not like they're throwing them on a Saturday or Sunday. So the ones that are planned and the ones that aren't planned. But William
And
is
then,
very petty.
yep. And then that was also like because remember that he brought back Carol Milton into the fold too, right? Because they had just got Kate back in.
Hmm.
They,
Well,
they, they
they need Carol to control Kate.
yep.
She's the one that makes her get up and brush her teeth and brush her hair and like, all right, get out there and try to do something today. You know.
Because like
I
also
mean,
remember Carol was with the person that was going to drop off with George when obviously that William and Kate were whatever, like either Kate was healing whatever he did to her, but
hmm
Carol was the one that mattered to drop off at that pub. They kind of made it seem like innocent, like, oh look, William's at a pub with his kid. I'm like, wait, why are you bringing your kid to a pub again? Oh, Carol's like, nope, I want a place in the public where everyone can see.
hmm That's Ascot. Just the two of them in that carriage, huh?
No, you know what? I
Especially
just
Julie on
realized
home.
I removed one of the people in this picture so that I could put Tiffany with her drink in there. I was just
Oh,
looking at that.
Where's Tiffany?
Yeah. That's why it looks like that.
I'm just like, that's unlike them just to have two people in a carriage.
And I'm sure it's another person sitting next to the guy. But yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
see a
I
little
was
top
just
hat
looking at
behind
that.
that.
I was just like, oh,
Yeah.
I got put the wrong one up. See, here's oh, I think I got too many things up. Let me get rid of something.
No, but like it's just like Harry's like spare, like you can see in it, like, oh, so you take his room. Oh, so now you took his home. Oh, so now he's in this place, he's bumping his head, but you don't really want to give him anything too lavish. And he's also trying not to bring attention to himself because he's been taught like no, not to want anything. So he doesn't want Adelaide. But we saw what the tabloids were doing at the time. They were saying Adelaide's this lavish place. How dare Harry and Meghan might want it? But then they're like, no, just give us the servants' quarters. We'll make it to a home. And they get that. But then lo and behold, when Kate and William now are in 2023, oh, Adelaide's a small place and it'd be a great place for their new family. It was just William was getting her out of Kensington at that point and the kids because he wanted to be up to his no goodness. But then after the events of December 2023, she wanted to renegotiate and didn't want Adelaide. And so then now they got what's that? The lodge, what was it, North Lodge? Or what's it called? Forest Lodge.
hmm and the thing is, um, I, William and Kate with all these grace and favor houses. houses that they have, with the exception of the one that's on the Sandringham estate. You can't count that one as a grace and favor. But you got Kensington Palace, you got Forest Lodge, you got Adelaide Cottage, and who knows what else they have that we don't know about, right? But at least those three are grace and favors because there is no lease for them. You know, they just live in them.
Well, how come you can't count
And they don't.
Anne Mahal?
And Mahal, because that's on privately owned property.
Okay. So when the Queen evicted those people, she gifted that to, well, wasn't that what Frogmore?
Frogmore was probably I think Elizabeth put Frogmore under grace and favor. I don't think she put a lease there because it would have been harder to put them out because they would have had a lease to stand on.
Okay.
Wait, that's
So-
Frogmore?
Yeah, Frogmore
No,
was the
but they
grace.
had a lease. Remember, Charles broke it.
Yeah. Right.
Remember,
It didn't have that kind of lease like Andrew and
They didn't
Edwina.
have that type of lease. They actually had one where they had to pay the market rate. They were the only ones like paying the rate after
Right,
they actually did the renovations.
Right, they went and did that afterwards when they were trying to break out. But you know, whatever it is, they had a clause in there that they made sure they put in there that they could break it with them easily. There's Tiffany. But
Oh my God.
you know, because William and Kate, do they do enough for a grace and favor apartment for
Nope.
3 of them? Housing? They had
Mm.
3 grace and favors.
Yeah, and you notice that they squashed that story. What was that was that December or November when it was like after people found about Andrew's peppercorn rent, then they found about Edward's. They tried to make it seem like Edward was paying $20,000 a year at least, and then found out nope, that was peppercorn. And then they were so then the Parliament was like, no, well, we need to investigate all properties, right? And it was like that includes forests, a lodge and stuff like that. But then they just decided, I forget how they deflected to Meghan. Oh, it was just before they brought up Thomas Markle, because the Thomas Markle was there to
Right.
distract from Meghan's With Love Meghan, because that's why they did it the same exact day. But it was also to distract from her success with that, which it didn't.
I don't think they're going to get away with it much longer, though, because if Keir Starmer is pushed out, Labour might not lose, but Keir Starmer is not going to be prime minister for much longer.
Yeah.
And those other people in Labour are much more militant,
Good.
and they want answers. And they're going to get answers once Keir Starmer's out the way. I mean, and Keir Starmer has made a mess of his career, and he's got to go.
Well, like, can you imagine being in a mansion like Edward and not paying money? It's like, wait, what? Like, so who heats that place? Who cleans
But it's
that?
second nature to them. They don't give it much of a thought.
They don't care. They just feel like they deserve that.
I'm just like, how much money is that on the taxpayer? Like, that home is so huge, and it's like, and the heat for that, it must be expensive.
You better believe it.
And then
That's an old building. Yeah.
And the regular people can barely heat their homes, can barely go to the NHS, and it's like, seeing wealth is it's like, ugh. Oh my God. Meghan.
Oh, Tiffany.
So, and then yet, like, see, and so that's why, like, this is why they hate Harry and Meghan, and particularly Meghan, because, like, Harry wouldn't succeed over here without Meghan. Like, it's not that Harry's not smart, but if Meghan actually had connections. It was Meghan's connections that managed for them to get over here to the U.S. And it was Meghan's prowess with, oh my God. it was Meghan's talent that, like, well, Meghan also was a millionaire too. It was her money that also allowed him to actually upgrade himself, right? Because if the person that came in didn't have money, they would just have to be at the whims of that family. And so the whole time with that family, they were doing their best to try to bankrupt Meghan and like make her lose all her money. But do they not know how investments work? It's just like no, Meghan, she was still getting royalties. She had money stored away, and more than likely she was investing her money. So she was going to keep getting her money. You weren't going to get rid of her money. While the time she's using her money to pay for her clothing over there in the UK, while you all are putting out in the tabloids that she's spending this much on clothing to make it seem like she's wasting taxpayer money, even though it's her own money. Yet she comes over to the US, obviously doing her own work. Now you all are like, oh, you're still gatekeeping her clothing to be like, why do you need such a thing? Because they wanted her to be poor without clothes, right? And then now they're flipping out because they now have this amazing home that's better than anything that they had over, as well as any of the other ones over there have in the UK, with this great like views, and then they're making their own money. So now you didn't think they were going to make their own money, and so you got to still say that they're flopping, while at the same time saying that, oh, okay, now since we know they're making money, they're using it based off their royal connections. And I'm like, how? Her show is called With Love, Meghan. Like her business is called As Ever. But now you're pretending like, oh, the only reason they have success is because they're using royal connections. Well, you need to tell Fergie that she just slipped up somewhere. You need to tell all those other royals, like whatever his name, Peter with his milk, Zara with all her other stuff. Like, Zara's still getting a fair bit of money, but like they should be billionaires apparently because you get a royal connection. We need to tell all these different patronages that has a royal that backs them, even though they don't see them, that, oh, you shouldn't be going in administration or bankruptcy. Like, you have a royal backing you. You should be making money. So while them hating on saying that Meghan and Harry are flop, that they're not successful, they're at the same time saying, oh, anything that they are successful with is only because of the royal brand. So they're using them to say, like, look, no, royalty makes you a success, while also showing with Fergie and everyone else that it doesn't. Otherwise, Edward wouldn't have had a problem.
Exactly. They all live off their royalty, their royal connections. Every last one. That's how they travel, that's how they eat out, that's how they do everything, And they cannot
it was a blessing in disguise when they said that Meghan and Harry couldn't use Royal Sussex or Sussex Royal, whatever it was, right? It was a blessing in disguise.
And none of them could ever survive, None of them would survive outside the royal bubble. Maybe one, but and not a senior one at that. But none of them, none.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at Tiffany and Church Nelly talking about
I know. Oh, Church Nelly.
Love her. But yeah,
so a champagne even in court, huh?
Yeah, just take the edge off,
Is that why Sherburne and all the others are looking over there? They're like, what's
just to take. Well, they want it, but they're working, so they can't.
They're thirsty. They can't have none. Oh my God.
So it's just very annoying to just hear people talk about like all this stuff, and they keep moving the goalposts, right? Because like Meghan and Lily Harry stopped putting anything royal on their stuff because they're like, okay, look, they don't want to do this, we're just gonna do it on our own. And obviously they're doing successful. So now like people are like, okay, we keep calling them flops, and you said they're gonna come back, but they haven't yet. Okay, we need to say that any success they have is due to royalty. So unless they're just saying that, look, no, like basically what they're also trying to do is co-opt. They're like, we made Meghan. Meghan was a nobody before we made her. And so because of that, we have the right to talk about her, even though she's a private citizen, even though she's not getting money, even though we said like she shouldn't take royal money, otherwise we pay you pose. Even though now they don't even have a royal household, like a cottage or anything over there, that even though they paid market rate for that, because they don't want that coming out to show that Harry and Meghan paid market rate and no one else did, because that's also inequality. But so they just keep moving the goalposts. So eventually it went to, oh well, they still have titles, and it's like, wait, they tried to give off these titles to you all, and the royal family didn't want to do anything with that because that was a slippery slope, and so they were like, no, you all keep those. But at the same time, they're like, don't use them for this. So they're like, okay, well, we won't use them for this. So now the media's last article, like, well, you know, particularly I forget that guy that I can't stand with the glasses. He's always like, well, you know, they go their royal titles and they have titles in a row, so we can talk about them. It was one day, I'm trying to remember, it might have been on that Vanessa show where that lady, I forget what her name is, she laid into him. And he was like, well, you know, and he tried to back it up for a little bit, but he basically feels that, like, as members of the family with their titles, you know, they use, and I'm like, no, they don't use those titles at all. But then their titles is the last name. So, like, you all keep talking about stripping the titles. Go ahead, take them. Their last name becomes Spencer, which you all don't want it to be, because you all still want to set the narrative. But then even if that last name became Spencer because you want it to be Mountbatten-Windsor, but it's like Harry's already and Meghan laid the groundwork. That is okay. You all can take that, but we don't have to take Mountbatten. We'll take Spencer. And if that happens, what is the excuse going to be? They need an excuse to explain why Harry and Meghan are successful, and they need to feel the need to gatekeep everything they do. They feel the need to denigrate everything they do, and I am loving this scene.
I mean, they all just need to calm down and deal what they have to deal with. They have enough to deal with.
Right?
They have a real mess on their hands.
If they say that Harry and Meghan's attention seeking, just don't give them any attention. Talk about your popular royals. Talk about those people. But no, they know that Meghan and Harry have global attention. Meghan and Harry are beloved by people, and they don't want anyone to know that. So they just, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's that moment in The Help where Viola Davis just goes to whatever her name is, Tilly, and be like, "Ain't you tired? Like, ain't you tired?" And they still are doing this. Six years. It's been 6 years. It's been 10 years of abuse for Meghan, but it's been 6 years since they left, and they're still going after this couple. It makes no sense.
None. I mean, just stop. Just stop. But they won't.
Nope.
And that's why all of this is hitting them now. But okay, go on.
Right?
Since you don't want to learn, we're just going to let karma whip you for a minute. Well, it's going to be longer than a minute.
Well, and it's interesting. Like, you would think, like, everyone that has gone after Harry and Meghan has been met with karma. You would think that they would just stop at this point. Be like, you know what? I am noticed something. You know, we're talking about dangling Archie over some balconies, and then I fall down the stairs, and we talk about their divorce, and these people get divorced. We talk about oh, well, don't want her to wear my clothes. I don't make clothes with Meghan, and then I go bankrupt. You know, it's just like, maybe just take a second, back away from all this negativity, or like, even as what's, I forget what podcast Baron you had where it was that Reddit with the husband being like, yeah, my wife's been all in on these people and against Meghan, and and then she's divorced and she flips out, right? It's just like, it's a certain type of person that karma has been visited.
Well, she
them,
exposed herself as a bully and as unreasonable and ignorant. You know, I'm pretty sure that when he saw the energy that she put into these attacks on Meghan, obviously he just didn't know who she was.
right?
You know, and she was spending money to do it. Like, are you
Oh
crazy?
yeah. She had funded, what was it, a lawyer a private investigator to go
Investigator.
after Meghan.
Money that was supposed to be put aside for their child's education and for family vacations. Like, what is wrong with you? These people are really, really, but they have no self-awareness, and they think that it doesn't apply to them. Especially the royals and those aristocrats over there and that media over there, they think that karma, God's wrath, the universe, whatever you want to call it, the ancestors, They feel like that doesn't apply to them. They feel like they are above all of that. And I'm here to tell you that a lot of them, they're going to get hit, and it won't register. It won't register with them. Hold on a second.
I do that every time I eat almonds. Even an hour later, some little flake of almond, I take a deep breath and it gets stuck, and I'm like, oh my God. Why do I, especially with my 3 or 4 teeth, why am I trying to eat almonds with all 3 or 4 of my teeth? And yet I do it again. So, yeah, I do that all the time. I'm trying to find my Tiffany. Oh, it's the one that I'm missing. Did I do Tiffany Netflix already? Find my Tiffany Netflix. Tiffany Netflix. Oh, yeah, there we go. Sometimes when y'all be wondering, where's Baron? Baron is cutting and pasting. That's where Baron is, cutting and pasting. I'm trying to think. I'm sure I got at least 2 more of these. I love Tiffany. Tiffany gets around. She's kind of like Forrest Gump, always at some place in history. Wait, did I do that one?
I love all these Tiffany things, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I had no idea who Tiffany was or is when you did this, but I'm like, I just keep thinking, is that the bride of Chucky, I think?
I don't know. When Tina and Michelle was on, they used to share Tiffany, and I'm sure I got it from Tina. And then I started placing her in different things. So, yeah. Okay, I think that's it for my Tiffany. I don't think I have any more. I'm looking. I think that was it. But yeah, Tiffany has homes all over the world.
Okay, I think I'm back.
Okay.
But yeah, they don't have enough self-awareness to even think that their actions are causing what's happening to them. And so we'll just see them go through it over and over and over.
Like it's like that like physically, it's like it's eating them alive. Like William is becoming more Skeletor-ish and Burns-ish. Kate's face is melting. Charles, I don't know what he's turning into. Although I was about to say I don't like Camilla seems to not get the brunt of it, but she spends enough time over in India, so I don't know what she's doing with that. How many paper clips she got in the back of that wig of her hair or whatever it is, that featheriness. So
I think Camilla's just waiting to die. Okay, she's over it.
well, see, I think Camilla got what she wanted, right? She wanted the brothers broken up. She couldn't stand the brothers. She's been leaking on those brothers all the time, like, and she I don't know. She's just like she's happy. She made sure Kate didn't feel like any camaraderie with Meghan, and then as soon as Meghan was out of the way, she's like, okay, let me get back to this one. And I'm just like, Kate, you were just all too happy with Camilla to like kind of denigrate Meghan around her. And as soon as Meghan was gone, she's like, okay, good. Now I can go back to knocking you down. And Kate like, oh no, I thought we were friends. Camilla's like, we ain't ever been friends.
Well, Tiffany, Camilla, her pastime, the way she passes time is gathering resources for her children and grandchildren's future. She is going along with everything that needs to be done, but you best believe that her family is, and I think Charles is complicit with this idea that whatever the mistress didn't get 100 years ago, they're going to make sure that the family gets what they deserve present day. And they're going to do that through Charles, just like Charles was running around buying all of the jewelry that her, what is it, great grandmother sold, Edith Keppel, whatever her name was. Charles bought some of that jewelry back and gave it to Camilla. So
He did, yeah.
I think that Camilla and Charles are using historic reference for their relationship, with her being the mistress. And I guess Charles feels like this is a full circle thing, that, one of the most famous, most beautiful mistresses, which makes it hard to believe that she was related, but as though they're trying to right a wrong or something in some weird roundabout way. But I think they have an understanding. They are a power couple in their own right, and they have their own language with each other, like a lot of famous, powerful couples do, and that I think Charles likes that camaraderie with her more than he ever valued his relationship with Diana.
But what's interesting is that like Charles still treats Camilla like, she's like beneath him in some ways too. Like we've seen him like snap at her, like we're like, no, what you doing? Get over here, right? Kind of thing. And I'm always like, oh, I thought he still like really. I always thought like, oh, he really loves her, so he wouldn't do that. Because you would never see Harry do that to Meghan. And so it's like, because Harry values Meghan as his equal, and he's actually, whenever Meghan thrives, that makes him happy, because you should be happy when the people that you love are doing well, because you're proud of them. But like, with Camilla, it's just like when I've seen her snapping, I'm like, I would expect that like they were just really cozy buddy, but like lately, because he's done so much for her, right? Made sure her kids have trust funds and stuff like that, more so than his other kids. Sold his kids down the river while keeping hers secured and like hidden, like with all of their faults, particularly that son of hers. And like we don't hear anything about it.
I have a theory about that though, and that is that when it comes to the so-called protocol, and that includes Harry too, Queen Elizabeth, Philip, and even William, they do everything very much in line with whatever the plan was, and they don't tend to deviate from that. So I think that all of them are trained, through repetition and everything else,
Right.
that everything must be in order. Because like when Meghan did the what is it, medieval times dinner and joust, Harry just looked at her, because it's just like, I guess inside he's like, can we laugh at about this? He is still programmed. And
Right.
I think that it's been a slow climb down from that program. And William, you would never know most times if he does have a drinking problem. You would never know it, because he performs very well when he's boring, but he performs very well when he has to do his duty. And whether he goes, from that point and find a bottle or not, most times you would never know it. But when Kate,
a bottle under the seat of the car.
yeah, and of course when he took that little weird thing where his head dipped down that night, and they said he had kissed her hand. No, he kissed a straw. It might have been a straw, but it wasn't her hand. So I'm going to give him credit for being able to pull it together just long enough. But the thing is, we got to get him to show up. When
Right.
he doesn't show up, that
You just don't
made
take videos, no videos from the side, like from the front. You don't see the swaying as much.
right, right.
You know, Charles was raised as a royal, and he's a royal, he's a royal, he's a royal, and what he wants is what he wants. And there's no telling him no.
Right.
That's why the entire house that she lives in is filled with the Queen Mother stuff. The
Mm-hmm.
Queen Mother who actively prevented her and Charles from marrying in the first place, along with
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth and Lord Mountbatten. Let's not forget him. So, and now all these years later, yes, you're married to the man, but you're living amongst this bitch's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that. You know?
The limited time that she's there, though, because I think she spends the bulk of her time over at Ray Mill with her grandkids. I think she values that time with her grandkids, and that is where she spends most of her time. But she has to make time to plot and scheme with the media. So, when she's with Charles, she makes the most of it. And when she has her little private gatherings, with people like Judy Dench and what's his name,
Chris
Clark
Morgan,
and all that. Yeah,
Jeremy
Mm-hmm.
Clarkson.
I don't think Charles is much a part of that. I don't think he
No.
gets involved with that. Charles is more like with the Victoria Newton and all of those. I think Victoria Newton is for Clarence House, and Rebecca English, I think she's more Kensington Palace.
Yeah. Yeah. And Victoria Newton would be more deferential and whatnot. Those other people that Camilla is around, they'll put their feet up, have a drink, and take a smoke, and kick back and tell dirty jokes and stuff. Totally her crowd, but
Mm-hmm.
Charles is stiff and formal and royal.
Mm-hmm.
Camilla, not so much anymore. I mean, she came from landed gentry, yeah, and everything, but look who they made her marry, and so
Well, it's interesting
things.
because I'm sorry. Continue.
Oh, go ahead.
No, like what I was going to say is like because we were talking about like how people's their personalities are, and I want to go back to like what Baron was actually saying about with Harry, like when Meghan did that bowing. I think Harry has various triggers, right? And he hasn't been evolving. Like obviously, like when he was seeing his first couple of girlfriends, right? He didn't trust what was that therapy at that point, right? And like he still listened a lot to what the family said about him and all this other stuff, and he was just used to the abuse, right? So he was just constantly being abused, and he was like, well, that's okay being abused. And what he saw in Meghan living her carefree life and just being herself made him want more. And then one of the things is that he was like, I would love for this to work. And like maybe her being part of the media, had media experience, maybe that might come okay. But it would still be certain things with triggers, right? Like, so say for instance, when they were alone with themselves, totally fine. But then when they started integrating her more and more in, like he was like, wait, oh no, we can't do that bench. Like no, my mom was on the bench. She's like, what? Huh? Oh, well, okay. I get what? It just, or like I can see during that time when she does that knight's bow, you can see he's like, oh wait, don't do that. There's gonna be a media onslaught, but he's preventing himself from saying something because he was like, wait, no, why can't she do this? But he knew automatically. He's like, no, they're gonna go after her because of this.
Mm-hmm.
And the media knows that, like, they look for something to feed on, and so he can see right away her just being herself. They're like, nope, they're gonna turn this and weaponize this against her, and they would do that. Then they weaponize against her to go after him, and so you can see him now being like, no, like some of this stuff, like why should I actually care? But his natural instinct is to be like, no, don't do that. They'll go after you. But it's like it's taking him a while to be like, okay, you know what? They're gonna go after us regardless. No, like I shouldn't tell her not to be herself. Like, but if you remember in Spare how he talked about them going on in Australia, he's like, "You make this look too easy, honey. You're like this is going too well." She's like, "Wait, what?" And so if you think about it, that's why Meghan was starting to use cue cards or papers because everyone else was doing that. And so she was like, oh, I guess I better use it too. Even though I didn't
Mhm.
need these things. Because if you see her when she has those papers, she's not even looking down.
Right. They were just props. Yeah.
And so that's why when they're on their way out, like when she was going to that SmartWorks thing, as well as when she went for those students, she had nothing with her again. Because she's like, look, why do I need to even pretend here? You know?
Mhm.
And so I think he's still recognizing like how he used to try to make, he was trying to make her part of the institution and just to not throw too much attention onto herself in the sense of
Right.
just being herself. And saying
Mhm.
like, no, they're gonna go after you. They're gonna go after you. They're gonna go after you. And so then eventually she's like, wait, this was really bad for her mental health. And so I need to start being more comfortable with her just being herself. And so now they're free of that. But he knows like anything she does, they're gonna go after her. But she's in a better place now, and he's in a better place now. So he realized like anything they do, they're gonna go after us regardless. So like now she gets to thrive, be herself, be her gorgeous self in this beautiful gown.
Mhm.
And like he gets to care about the causes that he cares about. But we can see during this trial with the Daily Mail that the Mail Online, whatever it's called, that he's aware that they abused Meghan to get him to drop the case or to get him out of the case. But he's so happy that like he has someone that was strong enough to deal with abuse that stayed with him, because so many people have ran away from him. So many women in his life have left just because the abuse of the media.
You know, when you think about that, and I thought about this, and I talked about it with a cousin one day, and she was like, you're probably right. The way they have attacked every woman that Harry got involved with, did they have someone specific in mind for him?
Yeah, I wonder who that was, because it could. I don't think it was Pippa, but like,
No, it wasn't Pippa.
but every time someone came in, like Chelsea, they went after her. They went after I forget who's the one before Chelsea, the blonde, not blonde.
Chelsea. Then it was Cressida Bonus.
Oh, okay, there it was. Crust, I forgot about her, but she was there, and we don't even know the person in Spare who the other woman was that he briefly started seeing that they went directly after, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't even know her name, and they definitely went after Carolyn Flack, obviously.
Right.
So it's like any woman he's had interaction with, and if you think about it with William, they did go after Kate a little bit, and more so. I won't even say a little bit. They actually went after Kate, but like they didn't reveal some of that nonsense that she did,
Mm-hmm.
as much. So they were still shielding her in a way too. So because like her and the whole yacht thing, they alluded, but they didn't say anything. But I don't even know, because William wasn't really protecting her at that point because he didn't really want her, right? So they had so much more they could have went after Kate, and he only started protecting her after he's like, well, I guess she's the only one around. Okay, we'll just deal with this, right?
Right. But I always get the feeling that Harry was promised to someone. They didn't tell Harry he was promised to someone,
No.
but Harry was promised to some family somewhere, and Harry wasn't having it, and because the ferocity, you know.
Which family do you think it was? Do you have any ideas?
I have no idea. Well, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but how about the daughter of the owner of the Daily Fail?
I don't know who that is.
He has at least one daughter.
So they wanted him to be the person that actually just bridged the whole media with the actual royal family.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have to read this. What CMAC said. CMAC said they didn't want him to be with anyone. They wanted him to be the tragic prince. They wanted that too, but I still do. But I wanted it to be kind of. I think they wanted to be like, look, he married someone, didn't be like Margaret, right? So,
Right.
like, but that person who he married, yeah, I have no idea who that. But it does seem like they were like, nope, that one's off limits because we have decided we'll let him do whatever. Because like if you think about it, like Charles didn't get to marry who he wanted to marry, right? So they put Diana on him. William tried to marry some other people, but he didn't. No one wanted him. They were smart enough,
Right.
and so he just settled for Kate. And Harry come out on the block with someone that, like, at least in the case of Meghan, someone he loves. He's trying to go in on to marry her, and they're like, she's American, she's an actress, I don't know, we can't give her money. And it's like, wait, so because what they were hoping with all of that stuff, that, and the abuse also, obviously, that, okay, this American woman, Americans, they're fiery, they don't like abuse, they don't do this. But Meghan's like, well, no, Harry, you said you'll protect me, so I'll believe you, And Meghan's like, and such a nice person. They were like, they were hoping that she'd be like a gold digger or something. But she's like, well, no, I got my own money, it's fine. Like, it's just, so she's such a nice person that, like, they were like, oh, she's not doing what we expected based off of our stereotypes.
Right. They have such bad karma coming to them. I mean, because she is just too nice, she was just too nice, and they just really did a number on that girl. Whew.
Can you imagine her friends? Like, imagine this is your friend that's one of the nicest persons ever, and you see this and you wish the best for them, but it's like, wait, why are these people being so hateful to you? They're trying to ruin your career, and it's like, this is someone, it's a general friend that you really like, that you know is a very good person, and you're just like, wow, wait, these people are horrible. Like, and we're supposed to be quiet that our friends being abused, and no one, and you can see that they wanted to make her also, and saying like, oh look, like as they were trying to do the narrative, like, oh look, she goes to people, she even goes to her friends. No, she was talking to her friends. Like, these other people, they never met her. I don't think Piers Morgan ever met Meghan. Like, I think, like, he was trying to talk to her. Like, when he tries to do this story, I notice he doesn't talk about that story anymore, right? But trying to do a story like, oh, I met her up at a bar and stuff like that. And he described her outfit, which was a hybrid of the two, like, Wimbledon outfits she had. And we know that she was seeing Harry and Spare during this time. And so Meghan's just, like, actually a good person at one. She's not bad. Like, she said, what did she say? Like, it makes no sense that other women want to put other women down to lift themselves up. I think she said at that Southwest by Essex, whatever it was, interview, the panel discussion, which ironically had Brooke Shields trying to put her down. And then she said also during an Oprah interview, like, she doesn't talk about people that she doesn't know. She barely knows Samantha, so she really doesn't want to talk about her. And she does know Piers Morgan, so she's never even uttered his name, right? So it's like, she's still nicer than me in that point, because I would have been like, I don't know him, pull to Mariah or him.
Piers Morgan. That's why his hip is broken now. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that.
And he has that hateful wife that doesn't like him.
I mean, is he getting a hip replacement or something? Because he should have been up by now. I don't know how they treat broken hips in the UK.
And speaking about like if we think about those Osborne, speaking about someone else who's like whinging on himself, like, oh, pay attention to me, give me some sympathy. No one cares about you, Piers. Like,
exactly.
Like, Alice Bedford did nothing but like read you like a book, and you set a land speed record off of that show.
Really, you got Eamon Holmes, broken back, Piers, and that other person.
Yep. So Piers had the hip, and also
Oh, sorry. I was trying to see if I could find that thing from South by Southwest. Nope, that's not it.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah, that's not it. I was looking for that interview.
Let's not talk about the people on Loose Women. Half of them got divorced, and they were always going in on Meghan.
Yeah, it hits them all at some point. Fergie doesn't have a pot or a window.
Each and every person that was coming after Meghan, like, they either got divorced, and then the first thing they do after they get divorced, and I'm looking for privacy during this time. I'm like, wait, what? Like I swear you all were just harping on about getting all in other people's private lives, and now you all want privacy. Philip Schofield, Dan Wooten, their careers. You can even throw whatever that bald-headed guy's name in it. Was that Tate? Let's throw him in there too. All these people getting that comment.
Mm-hmm. And they brought it on themselves, you know.
Exactly.
Okay, now what was that you were saying that she said at the South by Southwest?
So basically, it was with the South by Southwest. It was when they were talking to her, but she was talking about like how she sees other women putting other women down, and she's like no, like as a woman, like why would
loved understanding women and our stories and our lived experiences and our shared experiences. So I was really curious to see what the report was going to uncover in terms of, oftentimes as women, you may agree with this, the way that we see ourselves is reflected back to us, sometimes accurately and sometimes, much to our disservice, inaccurately in what we see in media. And so to be able to have the findings to uncover what we can do to propel that, to make sure women are really feeling seen in a way that is reflective of who and how we are and how we move through the world, felt important. From a philanthropic standpoint with our foundation, there's obviously a lot of work to be done in terms of supporting women and moms. You can begin with paid leave and, and just really looking at, one of the findings actually said that working moms are paid 62 cents to the dollar for what working dads are. And it's almost feeling punitive at a certain point when you're a mom and you're juggling so much and carrying so much and you want to be supported in the best way possible. So it's those reasons that, we have a production company, and as we build out our slate and have projects that we're doing, or with podcasting as well, to ensure that we are responsibly filling in the roles of moms and women to be reflected in a way that's accurate. So this report, I think, is really valuable, and just proud we could support it.
Absolutely. Meghan, why is this such an important factor in making the world more equitable?
I've said this for so many years, and I hope that it starts to land, but I think we can all agree that representation matters in terms of, if you're a young girl and you see yourself in a position of power or strength or leadership, you can believe that that is possible. If you look out on the screen or you look out in the world and you see no one that looks like you, it is incomprehensible for most people to imagine that they can have that level of success or joy or strength, whatever it may be. And, the key thing that I think needs to be focused on in terms of equity is that it's not a zero-sum game. Just because someone else has the same advantage that you do doesn't mean that you're losing anything. And it actually creates an environment that is so fair, but also inclusive, where people feel as though they have a seat at the table, as they should.
Meghan, will you tell the story about when you wrote that letter?
Oh, God, we don't want that.
Wow. 11-year-old Brooke and 11-year-old Meghan.
Okay, what you think it was before that? Because I did.
It might be, because it was at one point, I think they asked her about like negativity, and she said, what's interesting is that these women like saying negative things about other women, and she said like in me or maybe she didn't put it there, but she's like, I would think that women will want to uplift other women who are going to. She said something like that. So
released a report that your foundation, Arch12, supported, examining the cultural portrayals of motherhood in television. Can you tell us about why this project interested you and what the study found?
You guys will tell me if this is a good volume then. Yes? Okay. Well, thank you. And firstly, I'm so excited to be here and to be with such incredible women, so much brilliance on this panel, and just an amazing way to celebrate International Women's Day. So thank you all for coming to listen. Yes, as you were saying, the Gina Davis Institute and Moms First released this report, and my husband and I, our foundation, the Archwell Foundation, helped to fund it. Because I think from our standpoint, and certainly from mine, there are three key reasons why it felt vital to see the information they were going to be pulling through this report. So on a personal level, I've just always loved understanding women and our stories and our lived experiences and our shared experiences. So I was really curious to see what the report was going to uncover in terms of, oftentimes as women, you may agree with this, the way that we see ourselves is reflected back to us.
Okay, so I think that was repeated. Let me skip the Brooke Shields thing and then go more toward the end.
Founders of production companies that are making stuff. And, you know, you look at Glow, and at 90, she still knows there's work to be done and she's not throwing in the towel. And I think there's something so beautiful about that, to go, whether you're a 9-year-old girl or a 90-year-old woman, you can absolutely continue to make the change that we all need. And I think it's a great reminder for all of us.
Agreed. Well, listen, I cannot think of a better note to end on. I cannot think of a better way to spend
I don't know where it
International
is in
Women's
there,
Day.
but, like,
Thank
it
you
was
all so
one thing that
much
you
for your
talked about
representation.
was that
Thank you
about
so much for
women,
breaking barriers in the
like
way that each of
it
you
was, I
have.
think it might have been about that report that it's actually a lot of women that was denigrating other women. And she said, like, and as a woman, I wonder, why would you do that, you know, and stuff like that. Where you should be uplifting other women. And so
Right.
she said that somewhere in there. But
yeah, I probably skipped. Well, if I could find it tomorrow, I'll make sure that I'd share it.
Yeah, no, but and then it's just like ironic, obviously. And we see, it's very interesting watching this now and seeing Brooke fidget anytime Meghan talks. Like, to think about what she was thinking about at the time. She's just like, oh, just me. She assumed Meghan was just thinking when I was 11 and I was 11. And I'm like, you were not listening.
Yeah, when I was 11, I played a hooker. Now, see, that's when we need Nina Simone for her. When I was 11, I played a hooker.
Girl, sit down.
Uh-huh. Let me see, where's Nina at? Come on, Nina, get it together.
Hey, girl, sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
Oh, I love that. I love it. But yeah, I do enjoy looking at some of those videos of Meghan from different things. I you know, it's just when she speaks, it's with such clarity, and then it's always like a handful of people, no matter what she says, they say, well, if you can get through the word salad. I'm like, oh my God, must you? Must you? Whatever she says, you're going to say that. When the person who really speaks the word salad is the one that they like to defend.
Well, but see, that's why they do it, right? Because they know who Kate is, but they want Kate to be who Meghan is. This is why, like, they keep trying to attribute anything that they deem negative about Kate onto Meghan. Like, Kate was a yacht girl, and had, like, whatever she did on that yacht, that's up to her. But like, don't, like, why would you say Meghan's that? When I'm like, at what point in her career would she be able to do that? We don't have that over here in the U.S. Like, Meghan went from like school in Argentina to acting automatically. At what point did she have to be on a yacht, right? And so it's and Kate, like, her career, like, and I hate comparing them because I'm like, look, you know, we choose what we do. And Kate grew up in a system with a mother, personally, I think, pushing her in a certain way. And the system for at least getting up into the aristocracy and moving oneself is that you got to marry well still, apparently. And they don't encourage that. Based off that graphic you had, at least what showing us in terms about even the journalism there. Like, oh, well, my parent was journalist, so I can be a journalist. But if your parents weren't journalists and like you were from a different class, it's a lot harder for you to get to those positions. Whereas in the US is a lot easier. And so the upward mobility, like, and it's weird saying that it's easier for upward mobility here in the US, even though we have a lot of issues in terms of that. But if you think about like our basketball players, our singers, our, you know, like, they may have came from humble backgrounds and they don't forget necessarily, not all of them forget where they came from, right? But that's still feasible. But I just feel like in the UK, it's just like, it's a lot harder. People think that Why are you going above your own station?
Yeah,
And
I've heard people say that in the UK, if you're trying to better yourself, that people come after you. You're trying to get above yourself. Who do you think you are? And it's almost like you have to hide your progress. Whereas here, it's all about, oh, you're getting ahead in life. Good for you.
Right. And that's the way their system is designed. You're born into a certain class and you're going to stay there. And how dare you try to move above it? But there was a TV show from Britain. I think it was called The Seven Ups. And it followed these kids. They were like 7 years old, or they would get back in touch with them every 7 years. And you see how these little kids were so full of hope from all different social classes, all different races. And as they got older, their hopes just died. It was just stifled.
Wow,
Um,
I'm gonna have to try to look for that. That sounds very interesting.
I watched about 3 or 4 of them, and then I couldn't watch anymore. I'm just like, oh my god.
and if you think about it, this is why they keep calling, like now the word for Meghan is that she's a disruptor, right? If you think about the way those students all look to Meghan, and then remember when the student that girl was waiting, she's like, oh, I thought when I saw the hair come out, I thought it might be but then it was Meghan. She's like, that's the one I want to see, and she's like, she talked about her being talented. She talked about her speaking out for women. Like these children that see someone that looks like them saying like, hey, I can do this. I can want more. They don't like that. They feel like, no, that disrupts.
And there are no young women that are there to root for Kate. There's no anything like that for her. Even though, and which is so odd because you had all those people watching her wedding. It's kind of like with Trump. There's all these people that are willing to even, take somebody's life for him, but they won't even go to his inauguration. They don't pour out with emotional support. Their support is really about who to hate and who to attack, but it's never about celebrating him as a person. That doesn't exist, which is fascinating that you'd have more people show up for January 6th than Inauguration Day. More people will show up to commit what is it? Not mutiny, anarchy. Then you would have people celebrating Trump's inauguration.
mhm. I, I don't know. But that thing about women attacking other women, it's true. It's true. And you see it so clearly in nursing where they eat their young. It's horrible.
I worked with this lady, and every time a new woman came to work, seasonally, every time there was a new woman that come there, um, she would feel threatened by them. And in particular, it was certain types of women. I don't know if it's because her ex boyfriend worked there or whatever, but she asked me one day, "What do you think about so and so?" And I was like, "I don't know anything about her." Oh, because they say such and such and such and such. And I knew where this was going, and I just was not going to play into it. And it was a whispering campaign, a hate campaign, trying to turn everybody against her. And she just got there. And I don't think she knew anybody that worked there before. But this is one woman that constantly plotted and schemed against certain women. I don't know if it was the ones that were too sure of themselves or the ones who did not allow her to play the sweet old lady or tell them what to do or whatever, but she would always have a thing of falling out with someone, especially if she could not control them.
Mm-hmm.
And then if she couldn't control them, then she would start the whispering campaign.
Right. Sounds familiar. The series is on YouTube and it's called Search Up Series.
Up series.
Mm-hmm. I did a little
Search Up
search for it.
Series.
Mm-hmm. Up Series, and
Oh, okay, I see it here.
and then every 7 years they would check back in with those kids.
Wow.
So by the time they reached their early 20s, I was like, oh my God, I cannot look at this anymore.
Remember they had that thing, was it PBS, where they had the cameras in the family home, and you see this marriage disintegrate. The son became distant from the family. I don't know what the name of it was, but it was back in the 70s, I think it was. And it was kind of like, Philip bringing cameras into the royal household. You Except for, they didn't show too much dysfunction in the royal household as they did in this show, and the family just went to pieces. After a while they didn't even notice the camera anymore.
Wow.
And I forgot what the name of that was, but yeah, I think they found out the husband was cheating, and they seemed like an ideal family in the beginning, and they were perfect until they weren't. But you know what they say, never let too much daylight in.
Well, see, what's interesting is that, like, I feel like sometimes, at least with the UK, like a lot of stuff have been giving us indications. It's just that I wasn't watching it for very closely. Let's even think about the Harry Potter series, right? Like, they all denigrate the Daily Prophet, right? Which is basically the Daily Mail, and they were like, oh, they just lies and all the time. And I'm just like, wait, they're okay with just dealing with, like, oh, it just lies. We just need to know that that's fine. Like, even in that the third book or fourth book, Rita Skeeter, the journalist, quote unquote, the way that she talked about people, and I'm like, wait, this is not journalism. Who does this? And then now, me paying attention now, I'm like, whoa, that clearly the UK. Or even let's go back some older ones, like, say for instance, do you know the Dark Materials series? Like the Golden Compass, those kind of books.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so basically it's called the Dark Materials. It's like 3 books. The Golden Compass is like the first one. Then you have like the Subtle Knife, and then you have the Amber Spyglass, the third book. But anyway, in it, the book it's from the idea of these school children that are like 10 going to 12, where they're becoming to the point of getting mature. But they have something what's called demons, and the demons are like your inner being of who you are, right? And so your demon takes the form of, it settles at when you turn like 11 or 12, and it becomes that form of who you are. So one thing that bothered me about it, they were like, oh, and this guy was a servant. So as usual, servants have dog demons, and their kids have dog demons. And I'm like, wait, so what if you didn't want to be a servant? No, it's just their demons are dogs because they like being serving people. And I'm just like, but I'm sitting there thinking like, well, but what if I didn't want to be a servant? Like, what? Like, why can I change? But it was making it seem like, no, inherent in your blood is what you are. And so it was a British author who uses Bill Pullman. And I'm like, so in that right then and there, it's basically saying like, don't go beyond your station. It's part of you, who you are, and it's inherent in you. And I'm just like, wait, I have a problem with this. Like I don't want a dog for a demon. I don't want to be the servant person. But like, well, nope, you're this is the outer manifestation of who you are. You're a servant, and you're supposed to be that servant. And then they even had a classification, and they were like, this guy's an excellent servant. So his dog demon was this beautiful, lustrous dog. And I'm like, what? Wait, what? It's still a dog. What are you talking about? Like, so I look back at that book now, and I'm like, no, that was telling me that something about like the UK culture, in the sense of like, no, don't get above your station. You should be happy to settle for where you are. In the case of their demons, settling to what their true nature is.
Do you think that's why they have so many like uniforms? And it seems like there's a lot of physical representation of what your role is. Like the town mayor wears that big chain, and and there's so many different uniforms for every person that has ever served in the military, there's a before, I mean, not a before, but after. They have that long red coat, and it's made just for an aging man with a gut protruding and everything. They have a uniform for everything. I
Right.
was
And
fascinated by that.
they don't have that way. They don't have to get to know you at a glance. They know your station and whether should bother with you or not at
Kind
a
of, yeah.
glance.
It was like that in ancient times where there was a court fashion, and if you were a merchant, you still were not allowed to wear something that was meant for nobles or for the court. They all had a uniform, a certain something that you wore if you were of a certain rank or position.
And all those things carry true to all their former colonies. Everybody wears uniforms, and you could tell at a glance. Oh, they work for the hospital. They work in the hospital offices, administration. They work for the Ministry of Lands. They work for Ministry of Finance. You at a glance, because they're all in a certain uniform.
This is probably why they
Okay.
like those garden hat parties, like the Order of the Garb and all this other crap. And I'm like, wait, what? Who cares about this? Why are you dressing up?
It's
But to
all
them,
it. Mm-hmm.
Especially Charles with those when he had on that field marshal uniform. I don't know why that bothered me so much. I'm like, he looks so ridiculous. You're going over to France wearing this field marshal uniform as though you were there
He's the supreme commander,
and
and he.
carrying that baton, that
Mm-hmm.
that ceremonial baton that men of a certain rank has, like, what was his name? Montgomery. Was it General Montgomery or whatever? Or whatever. It's just those uniforms are so that's one thing that William could change that I would be in agreement with.
Yep.
The only thing that Charles did not do was wear those pantaloons for his coronation. He decided to go with the long pants rather than the pantaloons.
Mm-hmm. And even in countries that retained the monarchy that had some, but still had some British presence, they are just
Mhm.
like that. Like Thailand. If you look at the women in the royal family in Thailand, the ones closest to the king, his wife, his daughters, and his sisters, the silks that they wear in their official wear is different from the things that nieces and cousins and everyone else wears. As soon as you look at it, it's not just a
Mm.
different color, but the quality of it, because the women higher up in rank, the silks it's just more lustrous, more beautiful, and everyone else is duller. It doesn't have that beautiful sheen, the same type of weaving or whatever. Um, so yeah, they have spread that all across the world.
And the courts, I see some of those African courts, people wearing those white wigs.
Oh yeah, in Belize they don't use the wig anymore, but
Okay.
they still use the robes and that collar like you see Sherburne wearing and that
Uh-huh.
suit. They still use that, but I haven't seen anyone wear a wig in years now.
Oh, good.
And some of them have dropped QC and KC and use senior counsel instead. But the very old attorneys, they still use. Now they're using KC because it's a king, but before that they were using QC because the monarch was a queen.
Huh,
Yeah.
interesting.
So
yeah.
yeah, a lot
Oh,
of those traditions still.
Hazel Jones,
Uh-huh.
what's up with the swords? If you notice, any of those monarchs, they have swords, and that's why William is starting to carry those swords too. Because like I've seen it like the various things. What's it? It's been movies I've seen. Well, I think it was a while I watched The Illusionist a long time ago, but the crown prince in it, they made a sword for him that he was carrying around. I'm like, what is it up with the people in that line? Like, that's going to be either the next prince. I mean,
the ceremonial sword.
Yes. Like, what is up with those swords? Why do they carry those?
I don't. They always carry them. I don't really know why they carry the ceremonial swords, but I know they have them, and I think they just present one to each person who's coming along, because when the person ahead of them dies, their sword either gets buried with them or goes to the tower or something. But you have your own sword.
I mean, I would imagine it's just part of the tradition, and
Could be.
yeah, because they got the sword of state, and then I think men of higher rank have the sword, but then certain people in the U.S. military still carry a sword.
So, Brother Media, the Duke of Kent served 19 years in the army, the UK Army, and his brother Prince Michael of Kent did a little over 20 years. So they actually served in the military. And the Duke of Gloucester's son also served in the military. I think he saw action in either Iraq or Afghanistan.
Remember this one, the one that was so critical of Meghan, the one looked like she eat paint chips. She is a beast, and look at the size of her hand. I mean, you would say, well, her hand looks big because it's closest to the camera, but it's right up under her chin, and it just seems like she could just, ooh. You know what I'm saying? It's so big she could smack somebody across the street. You'd be all the way across the street and she could smack you.
But that cranium is up there too, though.
Damn.
Oh, that's a 70 millimeter movie screen on above her eyes.
And that receding hairline, my God.
Right?
Panavision.
I was going to say, I never really advocate for bangs, but sometimes.
She needs a bang, a boom, and a pow.
Who is she?
Yeah, I don't know. She was on TikTok and she said something critical about Meghan, and I just decided to roast her one day, and I still got the picture.
Okay. Oh, that woman with the unfortunate oral tissue?
Mm-hmm.
She said something horrible. Oh, when karma comes for her.
You mean gums?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh, and let's not forget Lady C. Them day.
Yeah, she didn't just break her pelvis or her hip or anything. She shattered it. How do you shatter everything like that?
I mean,
lucky for her, she had that GoFundMe money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Was she the one that was hiring the detective?
Probably pretending, yeah.
You know what? I think the one that was hiring the detective. No, the one I'm thinking of, the one that wouldn't wash her legs. She was trying to get a legal fund together.
They had all the sores on her legs.
That one.
Sleeping on a mattress on the floor. Like, girl. I'm telling you.
When he said wash your legs, I wasn't no good. I wasn't no good. I laughed so hard I forgot to breathe.
All right. So the one with the out, she said something horrible. I think it must have been yesterday or the day before.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna read it. I've had it pulled up for a long time. I'm like, should I read it? Should I not read it? Should I read it? Should I not read it? So she starts out with Andrew. I think removing Andrew from the line of succession is a necessary though painful step, and if done, must be handled delicately, especially considering the York girls. And to avoid problems in the future, it must also include Harry and his children as well. Minimize any damage by removing the cancers from the institution. That bitch.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That isn't really what I wanted to say, but I'm going to leave it at that. Sadly, I think it's the only way to do it and move on. Who are you calling a cancer? Now you see, that's calling some bad shit down on yourself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anything to conjure up hostility, anything to cause a visceral negative reaction upon seeing the person's face or hearing the person's name. It is all very, and she's a media person according to her that's her credentials, so she knows the words to use. She knows what to say.
And to refer to two children like that.
Exactly.
Expect to see her crying sometime really soon. Because Karma really doesn't like it when you mess with kids.
Mm-hmm.
When things happen to these people, I don't feel sorry for any of them. Let me tell you.
No, well, they bring it on themselves. You know, like to put so much hate towards people. One, you don't know. Two, that like just because they represent something that's not you, they represent happiness, they represent freedom, and then that they didn't put up with, like, it's just that to expect someone to put up with abuse just to placate those around them, because that's the way things are. You're supposed to deal with abuse. Like, oh, sorry, Harry, you were born a scapegoat, didn't you know? Like, your job in life is to put up with abuse. And then eventually, later down the line, you can go the way of Margaret.
Mm-hmm.
And the when the Obamas was in the White House, the things that they would say about them as a family, about the kids, about her mother, and the thing is, they don't care that you know their identity. They don't care. That's how bold they were about it. Is it did not matter to them that you knew what their identities were. And that lets you know exactly how serious the threats are, is when they don't care if you can identify them. But it's always like that when it's a Black person in spaces that are reserved for the white people. You get that level of hostility and threats. And the people that say certain things, they know that they're putting you in danger and they don't care.
Like that Jeremy Vine, I can't wait till his karma comes. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he's even described how words matter. And yet he facilitates those words 5 days a week. He facilitates that. As a matter of fact, let me go and find that. I know I got it here somewhere. It was just breathtaking to hear him explain it verbatim. He explains how you can get a person harmed, and yet that's exactly what he does.
Mm-hmm. You know, because he was talking about his stalker.
Yeah. Let me see. I think, is it? Let me see.
With Caroline Flack, the Gladiator star, as she was.
For everybody.
No, that's not it. That's Caroline Flack's mother, I believe.
The camera.
Yeah, let me see. It was like an interview that he had with someone.
Yeah, it was like after his judgment with his stalker going to jail.
I think this is it.
This case is that you're fired on from all directions. Every time you open your phone, he's there. Every time you turn on your computer, he's there. And you know that what he's doing is he's adjusting or despoiling your digital self. Now, you may say, well, it doesn't matter, you just come offline. But the fact is that, you know, we live 70, 80, 90 years, but our digital presence goes on forever. And you can see yourself being dismantled. And you can't see it ending.
The judge actually said when he sentenced Belfield, You didn't meet or physically approach or watch any of your victims as a traditional stalker might have done. Your methods were, however, just as effective as a way of intimidating your victims and were in many ways much harder to deal with.
The danger came from the online traffic, not from the individual. I would have done anything to meet this guy and have a conversation with him face to face. He wouldn't have been threatening. He was probably a coward. But what he wanted to do was create so much hatred against me that someone acted by proxy. I'm absolutely certain that he knows, with 400,000 people watching those videos, that at some point someone is going to take a knife or acid to my home. Or the other thing is, he gets one of his victims to take their own life. We heard about someone trying exactly that in the court case, one of the victims. 2 of them described themselves as becoming suicidal. That is not to be taken lightly. I think if the courts hadn't stopped Alex Belfield, somebody would have died.
Someone who stalks in person, we imagine to be hiding in the shadows. But what Alex Belfield and his army of followers was doing was in plain sight. Everyone could see it on Twitter and YouTube.
It's extraordinary. And I think there's a business model here, and this case has broken it, which is great news for everyone. But the original business model was started by Alex Jones in the USA, and it's basically selling massive amounts of misinformation on the basis that often lies are more interesting than truth.
Alex Jones is the man who said the Sandy Hook shooting did not happen.
That's right.
And was recently sued for libel by the parents of one of the children who was killed.
Correct. So you create a market for lies.
Alex Jones, please don't give him that much credit.
Right.
That is the whole of the tabloid media, not just Alex Jones.
Exactly.
Mhm. That goes back to what I was saying, right? No awareness of his part in the problem and how he helped create the problem he was a victim of.
I just got to say for a moment, I'm so happy for these 2 and the family that they've built and the community that they have. Like they are in their happy place, like they're enjoying their lives. And to think about how much vitriol and stuff that they dealt with from leaving in 2022 to the point that they are now. I'm just so happy for them.
That we either love to be on one side or your family, a really polarising subject that we either love to be on one side or the other of. And I think it's really unfair for us to make decisions about what they should be doing and whether they should be coming back. They're a family. If they want them to come back and they decide to spend time with their grandma, then they should do. And the idea that you're calling it could be a distraction and Prince Charles is worried. Well, the distraction proves that beside the Queen, Harry and Meghan are the most popular royals. And so basically,
I think they're the most
you only need to look at
controversial.
today's front pages and the whole weekend to see that Harry and Meghan, if they can splash a picture of Harry and Meghan anywhere with a headline, they will do it. So I'm a producer and I have also worked for Netflix. So I will say this to you.
I don't like.
We all say that Harry and Meghan want their privacy, but they want to be in the public eye. They just didn't want to be bullied, abused and harassed by the press. They didn't say that they were never going to come out again and do things on their own terms.
No, they are for privacy.
Shining a light on the Invictus games, heroes and veterans who should have a light shone on them.
You cannot be a royal and get rich, and Prince Andrew's tried to do that, and it's disastrous. At least they've said we divorce the royal family and we'll get rich separately.
Are you really holding them to different standards than the rest of the royal family? Because we have a whole list that we could bring up of Fergie, Andrew and all the rest of them who have tried to use their royal connections to get meetings and business deals for people outside of this country with our government, that you're holding them to completely different standards.
Let's have some calls.
People love them. They're popular.
That's very interesting, yeah.
That woman.
And I don't think she's ever been back again. I don't think she's ever been back again. There's a lot of people that they had on there and they just don't have them back anymore.
Yeah, because they can't handle the truth.
Yeah,
and when they do have them, they'll have it 3 against 1. Just like they do on Fox News, a 3 against 1, 4 against 1.
At every point, I did not let them breathe in any of that fakeness. because what happens sometimes is that people they'll bring on someone that will say like, well, I'm not a fan of Harry and Meghan, but I believe that they should be happy. And then the first thing you hear someone say is like, well, whatever, they denigrated their family and they're selling their titles. Someone can easily be like, well, what do you mean they're selling their titles? Like they obviously are. All these things are done without any title. Secondly, denigrating their family has been leaking the press against them. It's one of those things. They don't push back with the actual facts, or if they do, they're like, well, the family been leaking press against them. Someone's like, well, but the leaking family against the family. It's like, wait, no, what they're doing is setting the record straight, and like you just need to hit them back with the actual facts. And they put the people on repeatedly that don't hit back with those actual facts.
Well, they got a lot of mileage out of anybody who would trash their own family. They've gotten a lot of mileage out of that. I will have to give it to them for that. That was whoever thought of that one. It was brilliant. The whole talking points that they used after the Oprah interview, there are several of them that are still being used today. And people who don't know much about anything, they could spit out those talking points, instantly. And for those that do still have certain levels of sympathy, it's only for Harry and not for Meghan.
Because they ignore why they did the Oprah interview. They ignore all the leaking and briefing and things that led to her suicidal ideation. Like, look at how they just try to get rid of the racism part, and they try to get rid of, like, ever since 2023, like when Almost Go to put that in game, they just try to obliterate that. They just like, oh, Harry's needs to do reconciliation with his father. You mean the father that had racist, that did racist language against his grandson, or Kate? Even though I still think it's Willie Boy, and Kate just taking a fall for it.
But that's the distraction, is to use they said the royal family was racist, even though they never did say that. And they're doing that right now with the Epstein files, where they are speaking of occult behavior and such. They are going to lose the real purpose for Epstein by bringing up all of this nonsense that's going to make it seem like he was some kind of Jeffrey Dahmer or some other kind of serial killer or something, when the truth is much easier to recognize and in plain sight that he was a operative for that country we dare not speak of, about the size of New Jersey. That's what he was. That's who he served. And Monica Lewinsky, same thing. They wrapped it in a love story that she was wide-eyed and all that kind of stuff. She was a plant. She was a plant.
Monica was on her second married man. Her high school teacher left his wife to be with her, and then she realized he was broke, and she moved on to greener pastures.
Yeah, but she was an operative.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot of them around Washington, D.C., and in other, places where there's a lot of wealth and influence. There's a lot of them that do the exact same thing. It's like a quiet army of people that do those things, and we get distracted by the sex or the whatever else that they throw in there. Just like I was saying the other day, when Trump said they're eating cats and dogs, the whole point was to make sure we didn't talk about Kamala Harris the next day, and it worked. And it worked.
And I think you have.
I
was going to say, you have a very good point, Baron. And so cycling back to the racism, like Harry and Meghan never said they were racist. But notice what they're doing. They're saying they said it was racism, so that they can distract to make the royal family the victims of. And that says a lot. They're saying like, okay, someone who's actually doing things that actually can be perceived as racist are victims of people who actually call them out on it than the people that are actually being dealt with that racism. But anyway, like it's like they're trying to make it seem like Harry and Meghan said it, but Harry and Meghan just basically put a point out there is that people were asked about kids' skin color. Like, they did not say the royal family racist, but they want people to have that visceral reaction to go towards Harry and Meghan. And a person who knows the actual, like, talking, like, knows the actual story would call them out on that. Be like, well, no, they never said that. But no one ever does. So you're right. They just try to change the narrative so that you can have empathy or sympathy for those who are actually dealing like all this abuse towards the other people.
It's difficult to get the truth out because, you know, as I say far too often, I hate to hear myself say it, but it's the only way I see it. They have a standing army of people to put all of that deception into the airway. They're on the same talking points, and that is very effective. If you look at the Michelle Obama, what is the name of it? Becoming. If you look at that, they talk about the talking points and how they even showed clips of Fox News where they made these accusations about who she was. They defined her character, and the people who wanted to believe the worst of her, they will never take the time to hear the truth because it is constantly reinforced in that echo chamber. And Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes, when she interviewed Trump, she said, "Why do you say these things and you know they're not true?" And he said, very loud and very clear, "I do that so that when you say things about me, if you say anything bad about me, then they won't believe you." And he said that, and you could show that to those people, and they will not accept it or see it for what it really is. They are just going to agree that you got it in for him, and that's why you say those things. It not about it being true, not about it being a fact. They don't care about that. They don't care. And so he's been free to continue these lies, and they just write off, well, that's his style. That's how he bargains to get the things that he wants for us. Not for him, but for us. He's fighting for us. And you just cannot make them see reason. They just are not going to accept it.
I was listening to, it was on Twitter, I was listening to, or maybe it was Facebook, but some of those people in Minneapolis, when, like, it was one woman who actually was listening and talking to one of those ICE people. And when that guy was like, he was being honest, a very thing when he's talking to her. He was like, and I just want to say, like, we're getting these people off the streets, because they're like these illegals because they're dangerous. She's like, none of these people that you're taking are dangerous. Most of them are actual, like, good people. He's like, well, the issue is that, like, he's like, I'm going to be honest with you, like, like, this state wouldn't be as blue if, like, we didn't have some of these people voting for it. And she's like, wait, if you're undocumented, they can't vote anyway. She's like, that doesn't make sense, right? And she's just talking to him, being nice, and to just have this discussion. But I'm like, why does he believe that? So first you're saying that undocumented people are voting when they don't have the right to vote, and then you're saying that people are letting them flood in so they can vote and do blue. And then two, I'm just like, well, why does that matter to you if you're not from there? One. Then two, like, wait, like, none of that is true. Like, you're actually saying that someone who doesn't have the ability to vote is voting in these, like where are you getting that talking point? And it's like he believed that. And it's like, so he has to believe in some cause as to why he's doing the position he's doing. And I'm like, well, you can't believe that, right? That's fake, right? But
hey, Mexico is going to pay for the wall, and it,
right.
There was people that believed it. And even though that did not happen, they'll just say, well, the Democrats stopped it.
Yep.
He got all those MAGA people to storm the Capitol because of what he said, whether he believed it or not. And it's very weird to can you imagine storming the Capitol when he's not even there himself? Right? Like,
well, he said he's going to come down there and join them, and he never showed up. I listen closely to the words that people say, and I get very frustrated because when I hear people that are, let's say, a political novice speak about certain things with so much authority. I remember a friend of mine told me, he said that Obama's people are leaving him in his second term. And I said, you do understand that there's a precedence for this. Every administration loses a lot of people for the second term. They have gotten there, they got their credentials, they've done the work, they're ready to move on. They want to make some more money or make a big career move or whatever. That happens all the time. But because he heard the media say that he was being abandoned, he believed it because he doesn't know that this happens every second term with every president. You don't finish the 8 years with the people you started with. Nobody.
Yeah, because at that point, it's a lame duck session. If anyone else have any political ambitions, you have to show your own independence before that person finished.
Right.
That's why Hillary had to leave before time, or anyone else that was like, okay, because what people will do in this sense, sometimes even in the second term, since it's a lame duck, they're like, well, you know what, those things that was really hard that I was trying to get through, I'm just getting them through. And they might not be popular with people, but I'm pushing it through. So people that have to think about their political futures have to think about, like, okay, what is my, like, did I believe what he did right? Maybe not. I would have went about it this way. Then they able to distinguish themselves as an individual rather than someone that was part of his administration.
You know, Donald Rumsfeld was the youngest Secretary of Defense. I think that was it under Gerald Ford or was it under Nixon? Anyway, he was the youngest when he became Defense Secretary. And then fast forward to Bush Jr., not really a junior, but I just say the second Bush. He comes back. He's the oldest defense secretary in the history of the United States. What did he do in between time? He went to all of these defense contractors and he made money on the boards. He was a lobbyist. He made money, petitioning for these companies and such. He was making money left, right, and center before he came back to that same position again. And then after he left office, he goes back into the private sector to make more money and to influence policy. And there's just a lot of people. It's like this. I don't expect everybody to know everything about civics, but they listen to the media deceive them day after day with tales of woe and conspiracies and such, when there is an example of everything that happens on that schedule with the general election and the midterm elections, and they just don't know the difference. They don't know that most people are not going to vote for the midterms. They rarely do. Most of the ones that vote for the general election, most people just vote every 4 years, period. It's rare for people to vote more often than that. Now, the local things, people, depending on which municipality or county or state, they will come out more often. But generally, you're going to lose a whole bunch of people for the midterms. And that's just a fact. Unless it's a general election, it's not much turnout. But they listen to the Fox News, They listen, and I'm listening to these people lying. Like the other day, there's a right winger that I listened to that was trying to make the case for Greenland that China or Russia is going to take it. They're going to take it from NATO. An attack on one is an attack on all. And he knows this, but he's telling his people that follows him that there is a possibility that China and Russia is going to take a NATO territory with American troops on it. There's already Americans there. There's already military facilities there. What are the chances that China or Russia are just going to take Greenland and we're just going to do what? Sit back and say nothing? That's not going to happen. But Trump lies and says that that's a thing. So this person lies and says that's a thing. That is not a thing unless Trump decides to not conduct his duty as a member of NATO. Then yes, you can just give it away to them if you choose to, but that's not going to happen. But there are people that believe and repeat and regurgitate that same talking point. Well, you don't want China or Russia to get it. They're not going to get it. If they even wanted it, they're not going to get it. They got other stuff to worry about. Yeah, it's frustrating for me because I'm just like, if you don't know, you don't know. But God, at least do some research.
Right. Well, that's what's been annoying, at least with that pop artist or hip hop artist lately, going over to the MAGA cult. And
God, yeah.
Like some of the things that she said on that Miller thing, I didn't want to watch all the clips because I didn't want to give any engagement. But I'm like, you're coming off so uneducated, one, and then two, you don't even know what you're talking about. Like I think you contradict yourself 24/7. Like even with the whole Harry thing. Oh, he should go home. So, okay, so why? What you mean? You mean the home he's at right now because he's actually currently home in California. Like, oh, I don't like people airing dirty laundry. Wait, isn't your whole shtick as when you're a hip hop artist to blast the other people and then you go on Twitter to air other people's dirty laundry? What are you it's like you're not even, you can't finish a sentence without being like contradictory. Like it's just she's been black long enough to know that you can do the dance and you can posture and all that kind of stuff, but you're gonna need black people again. You're gonna need black people again. And we ain't gonna forget. You see what Candace Owens is trying to do. She tried to, like, once they were like, okay, we done with you. Now she's like, oh, hey, y'all. Like, you ain't coming to this cookout.
Oh, and she's making a lot of money now. Matter of fact, I think she had the highest grossing YouTube channel or podcast or whatever in the world for a while. And I don't know if that's come and gone, but yeah, she's been making a lot of money lately, and she's where she wants to be financially. But,
well, when the Macrons are done with her, she's gonna be wanting some more money. No, see, Candace Owens, she came from that time where, like with her, Tommy Lauren, the Kirk, like they realized it was at the point when after Obama won, they realized that most young people were voting Democratic at that point, and they needed some new youth in terms of the Republican Party. So then they started getting these people who were loud and young, like the Tommy Lauren or Candace Owens, as well as oh my God, what's that one? Shapiro, what's his name? Ben Shapiro?
No. Oh yeah, God, that you know he's on the spectrum, right?
Yeah. Well, it was interesting because him and Candace Owens both, I think they were part of. Well, at least I think he was part of TYT, the Young Turks, before he switched over. And Candace Owens was very liberal before she switched over because she saw the money as well. So they both went and started making that money.
Well, Ben Shapiro, he's an operative too in his own way. He's an operative too. But it's interesting to watch these wordsmiths when they go at it. And that's what Charlie Kirk was, and that's exactly what Ben Shapiro is. When you are not armed with statistics, you are not going to outtalk them because they are going to say everything with so much bluster and authority that people believe it to be true. But when Charlie Kirk went over there, what was that, to Cambridge or Oxford, wherever he went to, and those kids were ready for him. It wasn't like the American kids and they little pathetic debate clubs. Now these and that really is the secret to Charlie Kirk's power, was that he was prepared. He had nothing to do but prepare himself with talking points. You can't go up against talking points with emotion. You can't be angry or hostile. That doesn't work. You got to have facts. If you ain't got facts to back you up, because a lot of stuff that he said was a lie. A lot of the statistics, and Ben Shapiro does it too. A lot of that stuff is lies. It's all misrepresented in some way or the other, or there is a study that would contradict it in a way that you could not help but accept to be at least possible. But most of those people are not prepared for that. And that's what makes it seem as though that they have the facts and that they are winning and they're undefeatable until they come up against a real person. I was so proud. Let me say this one more thing. I was so proud of Phil Donahue when he took Bill O'Reilly to the cleaners. I mean, he cleaned his clock out and he spoke down to him in a way that I don't think I've ever seen anybody do before. But Bill O'Reilly was paralyzed because he knew that he did not have the intelligence of a Phil Donahue. Phil Donahue was not his usually passive self. He was quite aggressive with him. And that's how you have to do those people.
Okay, so yeah, so what I was going to say with Charlie Kirk, I was going to push back a little bit. Like what I mean by is pushing back is that the people that he was doing over here in America, he had a full like you would get some people that were very knowledgeable, but you would also get those people who weren't as knowledgeable. And so he always showed the ones that weren't as knowledgeable. But I don't know if he psyched himself out when he went over to Cambridge, because he's like, oh, I can handle all these kids who are all knowledgeable, and he couldn't, right? And so I think what we see sometimes over here in the U.S. one is that some people who aren't knowledgeable as well as the ones who are knowledgeable.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I did not see anyone that challenged him in the US. I only saw the one from over there. So I don't know of anyone who has been able to take him to task here. I'm sure there was. I just haven't seen that. But I do know that I mean, just the few glimpses of him that I saw, he's a compelling speaker, and he was a compelling speaker, and it's very hard to pin him down. He could find some verbal way to wiggle out of it and then throw some more misinformation to go on top of whatever he just said. And unfortunately, most of the college kids are not prepared to combat that. Most of them just are not. Because like I said, if you got all of this hostility and emotion and you're trying to stand your ground with someone like that, it just doesn't work, because you're going to get frustrated and you're going to make a lot of mistakes, and then of course he's going to talk over you and you'll never get your point out. But he didn't intimidate me. I would have
But see, that's what the annoying part is. Like, if you but it's one of those things with a debate, right? You have to, like, keep your cool as well as to not be rattled, or particularly not take the debate in terms of the misdirection sometimes. Because
Mhm.
sometimes they know when you're actually striking a nerve and using data, and then they will try to invite you in to explain a little bit more, so then they can take you into a different direction, the misdirection with their arguments.
Yeah. I saw Ben Shapiro. He I don't know where he got these people from, but he had, I think it was like these three black people from I don't know where, but I don't think they were academics at all. And oh my God, the way he spoke to them and some of the things that he said, like especially that thing about how is black people such and such percentage of the population and yet they commit most of the crimes, and people just accept that and they don't look into it any further. They just, oh well, that, and it's one of those things where unless you do your own research, if that's what you want to believe, then you'll just accept it, and there won't be any question about it. And those are the kind of talking points that they used, and they were very effective with it. It did not even matter whether it was true or not. It's that they would convince people that it was, and nobody would contradict that. That's what made him so dangerous, Charlie Kirk. And that's why when they were saying, "Oh, why would somebody do that to someone just because of words?" But it wasn't just words, was it? It was an agenda. It was more than just words. It was an agenda.
Oh,
And the bad part about it is he was winning. He was winning.
The thing about him is that, like, in recent, before his passing, he was actually going against Trump with some things that Trump had said.
Right. I saw that.
And I saw that shift, and I was like, huh.
That he had got kicked out of the White House because of it.
Yep.
They told him to leave.
So I do not trust what went down, because we see how at least this president plays with propaganda, particularly during that supposed someone shot him in the ear, and got his ear. You can't give back that cartilage, but his grew back apparently, and then they lowered the flag, and then they made sure that the people came over at the right angle for the camera. I'm like, what? Shouldn't those people be ducking instead of you urging them over for actual photo op?
He wouldn't even let them take him away. He was just like, wait.
Yep.
And then he's waving his fist, fight.
Or that Secret Service person who had like any particular refuse of blood on the hat that didn't make sense. It's so many things about that is sketchy. And but I wanted to say something because one of someone in chat brought up Nick Fuentes. I forgot about Nick Fuentes. He's one of those too.
Yeah, he's a lot of things. He's a lot of things. That use of the N-word, I cringe when I hear him say that. And there's a lot of things that he's right about, but he's also a liar. He's a very convincing liar. He will pick and choose certain things that suits a certain agenda, and he will just flat out lie about it. And I could think of a few things, but I'm not going to go into it. But yeah, he's also a liar. He could be an incredibly effective person. And well, he is, but he could be so much more. But there's also certain things that he says, whether it's true or not, it's the way he says it. And then some things he just he'll lie about it. He'll lie about it. And that's where he loses me. I like a lot of things that he says, and then there's certain things that he says that I'm just like, no, that's part of the agenda. And for the most part, he is the replacement theory person, and the shrinking white majority in this country is a problem for him. And he is for the mass deportation. And it doesn't matter who gets hurt or who's damaged by it. so long as it happens. And that is something that just cannot happen. It's too late. The window of opportunity for that closed a long time ago. And it's going to be this very slow decline. But the thing is, people like him are becoming increasingly desperate. And that's the scary part, is that desperation. But the birth rate, which is why they, in my opinion, they wanted to make abortion illegal, is because they do not want women of a certain demographic to have an abortion. They don't want that. They need them to have their kids so that they can balance out the population in favor of a certain group and against another group. And because you cannot, just have it one way or the other, then they don't want anybody to, have an abortion. So that's that whole thing. And it was like, what I think I saw like an old clip of All Things Phil Donahue from the 70s, where the lady was saying that the demography in this country was going to be a big issue, and that it was going to cause a lot of apathy, a lot of anger, and a lot of suspicion. And, she said that almost 50 years ago. And today we are seeing it, because it was already brewing back then. So the more the population shrinks for European Americans, the more desperate they'll become, and the more finagling and stuff they're going to have to do, gerrymandering, fixing the elections and such. They're going to have to do more of that if they want to hold on to power. And that's what was it, the 2025 thing?
Project 2025.
Yeah, the Project 2025. That's what it was about. It was really about that and nothing else. It was just the steps necessary to hold on to power.
So, is Hazel still here?
I thought I heard somebody snoring. Hazel, are you sleeping? I think she's sleeping.
Okay. I was like, wait, I just noticed something.
Mr. Sandman, send me a dream. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, I don't know. Should we call it here?
Yeah, I think we'll say goodnight. Well, anyway, thanks everyone who has stayed on with us. 520 of you. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. And also, don't forget there's an official Royal Sussex wish list for Amazon. I haven't forgot. And if you want to send me a Valentine, you certainly can. There's some affordable items on there. I love surprises. So you can find the link in the chat. Yeah, I mean in the comments. Yeah, that's it.
I've never chocolates, so.
But yeah, I ate that cookie milk chocolate candy bar. It was so good. The raspberry candy bar, I haven't tried that one yet, but that'll be my project tomorrow.
Mine hasn't come in yet, so I'm still waiting for it.
I still got more stuff to come. I think the only thing I have coming now, I got the Valentine set. I think I have that coming.
No, I got the collection as well as all the individual bars. And I got actually 2 of the white chocolate instead of, because I was debating, I was like, well, should I get 2 of the black, the dark chocolate or the milk chocolate? But I was like, no, I'll just get 2 white chocolate. I've been eating white chocolate a little bit more, like I know over the past 6 years. Because I love dark chocolate, but I realized that not everything comes in white chocolate. So since then, I've always tried to get something that were in white chocolate.
Well, I want to frame those. Well, actually, it does come with that box, but
Yep.
I want to put those wrappers together and complete that little, scene. I want to do that. It's so important to me for some reason. So I may actually hang that on the wall. I don't know.
Okay, so how loudly did I snore?
Not much, but I just heard a faint sound in the background, and I didn't say anything, and I'm not sure anybody else heard it. But and see, Lex didn't even hear it, but I did. I heard just a faint.
Oh, the way Lex giggled, he heard.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm a little confused just because, like, I was like, no, I'm not gonna say anything about it.
I thought maybe one of my neighbors was making a bookcase or something at this hour.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Well, no, that's okay.
Yeah, no, you're tired. We about to get ready to go anyway, girl.
Yeah, it's all good. So, yeah. But anyway, it was a fun night. I'm glad we got some picks, and I'll just wait to watch the Rangers disintegrate.
Right.
Yeah.
I love
Watch them implode
on a Sunday too. It'll, on the Lord's Day. What better day?
Mm-hmm.
To just melt away. They're gonna lose their minds.
The Super Bowl too, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, is
the
it
Bad
Super
Bunny
Bowl Sunday?
Bad Bunny concert tonight.
Yep.
There'll be all types of people losing their minds today. Oh, it's gonna be glorious. The Bad Bunny concert.
Okay. I'm seeing some more video, but I don't think. Well, I might be able. I'll share this tomorrow, I think. But I am finally seeing some more video.
Oh yeah, I see them too.
Yeah.
You're right, Church Nelly. They're afraid of being crowded out. But there's room for all of us. They'll be all right.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to not say, but yes, that's it. That's it. But in most of the Western world, there is a what do you call it? There's a zero birth rate, especially in Asia, Korea, Japan, even China. China is actually not having enough children, if that's not too impossible to believe. They're not having enough kids. They are. There are some people that say they're lying about the size of the population.
You remember when they only could have one kid in China?
Yeah, yeah. They were. I'm trying not to say this without upsetting people, but up to 6 months, they were stopping it, and I was like, wow. I've seen some of that footage. If it was authentic, I've seen some of that footage. That's how strict they were about it. And one of the symptoms of prosperity is a low birth rate. And then when people come from the so-called third world, they still have the larger families. And, sometimes when I hear someone disparage Latino people, with I said, ain't nobody having that many kids no more. They're not even them. The prosperity is, and which is what they used to say about Black people, that they have these huge families. That's a thing of the past. Nobody's having all those kids.
That's true.
Except for maybe like Mormons for religious reasons. But people that are first generation or maybe even second generation, but other than that, nobody's having all those kids anymore. They have engineered big families out of the country. So
having kids is expensive. My God.
Yeah. And they say that in Japan, there's a lot of people that are a lot of homes that are abandoned because there's no families to live in the homes. The young people are in the city. The older people are by themselves, and when they're gone, the house is just there full of all of their possessions. And what was the number? Like some 10,000 vacant houses in Japan, something like that.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But that's such a straight-laced society.
Monolithic, you're saying?
Monolithic. Monolithic. And I guess once kids go to the city, they don't want to go back to those little towns and villages and have to put up with all the old ways and things like that. Nah, they
Same in Italy. There's all these abandoned towns in Italy.
yeah, buy a castle for $1 and spend $1 million fixing it up to make it livable. Not turn it back into a palace, but just make it livable. My God. Yeah.
I'm looking it up now for Japan. Japan has 9 million vacant houses, known as
9 million?
IKEA, according to for nearly 14% of its total housing stock, a number that continues to rise due to aging and shrinking population in rural to urban migration. 9 million.
9 million.
Some projections suggest it could reach 23 million. And that's a country of what, about 120 million people? Let me see. The population of Japan?
It's traditional houses.
122.7 million to 123.8 million people in Japan. And what did I say the number was? Vacant homes? 9 million?
9 million.
Wow. Even with that size of a population, that's a lot. That's a lot.
That is. But it's the traditional homes that are vacant, right? Those old style traditional ones.
Well, now see, in Japan, they don't really value the idea of preserving a property. So some of these homes are only as old as the 1960s or 70s.
Oh, okay.
And renovating them the way that they're made, there's a lot of problems with termites. And also the way the homes are made, you do not have a concrete foundation in some cases. I watched that kid that's from Scandinavia, and he restores homes, and there's not a big market for home restoration. New build is what most people want and what most people do. And he's been buying these homes, and he gets a lot of like records and photo albums and even kimonos and all kinds of stuff that the people leave behind. He makes the deal with the family, and the family, they don't want that stuff because to get rid of any type of like whatever you want to throw out, whatever rubbish that you have is so expensive to rid yourself of in Japan that a lot of people might just stack it up in the whatever yard they have or whatever. But it's not easy to get rid of rubbish. It's very expensive. So yeah, I mean, if you can buy these homes for a song and a dance, and if you choose to fix it up, remember the homes are made for people of a smaller stature. Let's start there.
Right.
And then you could work your way up. In a bathtub, it's not a Western tub. It's like something that you are in with your knees up to your ears. They don't have the, long bath like that. So, but yeah, 9 million vacant homes, and they expected to go up to 20 million.
Damn.
That is insane. That is
That's sad.
insane.
you know, well, sort in Belize, you see very few of the old colonial homes anymore. You're either going to see shacks or you're going to see concrete block houses, but wooden houses with the verandas that you can sit on when it's hot and you get the breeze and all that, and the windows with the louvers. None of those anymore. No one builds those anymore. It's
You have a
all
lot of them. You have a lot of them in New England, but the problem is they don't have closet space because everyone had an armoire back during those times.
right.
You know, when people
That's right.
be
They don't have
asking,
closets. You're right.
when people be asking me, when you gonna go to Africa? I don't know if I would see much of it because I'm gonna want to be under the air conditioner. And if something bites me, a mosquito, whatever, a fly, I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to go home. I am from Chicago. Everything that hiss, bites, or stings dies off in the winter and it don't
Exactly.
come back until about June. So I just don't have a tolerance for a lot of that stuff. Um, when I
Baron,
went to New
do you have sweet
Orleans,
blood, Baron?
huh?
Do you have sweet blood?
What's that?
Do you have
You
sweet
have
blood?
sweet blood.
Yeah, because flies always bite me. They always bite me. I have been bitten by flies several times. I must have like syrup for blood. And I do have a sweet tooth, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
No, it's funny. I grew up when I grew up in Chicago, I couldn't stand Twilight because I got bit by everything. And when we were going to visit our cousins in Arkansas, it drove me nuts because I would just get eaten alive. And
Mm-hmm.
so, like, I remember I did Cub Scouts, right? So I made the Cub Scouts. I did not go to Boy Scouts because I was like, I am done with outside. So what was a
Mm-hmm.
win for me is that when I got older and hormones changed, but then also like when I lived in California for a bit, living in California, I was just like, wait, do you all not have bugs? They did not have the bugs that we have in the Midwest. And it was like amazing. I started going outside, staying out past a certain time. I had to wear like sweatshirts and stuff.
Probably the lack of rain, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it was zero humidity. Yep. And so
Yeah, because whenever it's, standing water, that breeds mosquitoes. Any
Right.
standing water. It could be a tire laying in the grass, it could be whatever. Standing the gutters, you got mosquitoes larvae in the water, standing in your gutters or whatever. And yeah, and I'm not comfortable with if something bites me, I'm ready to go home. I don't like it. I cannot stand that. I used to go to summer camp when I was a kid, and I got stung by a wasp, and that's the only time I ever had anything like that happen. I was nauseated, and I had that big knot on my arm from where that thing got me,
Mm.
and it was I didn't like the way that, and I'm looking at the thing, my little fat ass trying to run after we done upset the nest. I'm looking and that thing just I looked right over. It was like it was in slow motion and I saw that thing land on my arm. And I remember when I went to the infirmary at summer camp and I was and I was in such a panic. So I don't have a lot of tolerance for that. So if it means that I'm going to be without AC, and mostly at nighttime. I don't like to sit around the house without AC. If I'm
Right.
outside, fine. But if I'm indoors, I don't like sitting up there sweating. And
Nah.
if I have to have a mosquito net over my bed, baby, bye. I'm going home. I'm going home. And I believe everything people say. They say you come for the safari, you come back for the people. I'm all for that, but I'm more comfortable in a colder climate.
Yeah.
no,
I mean, well, when we took my dad home to be buried, in 2009, they had a series of rolling blackouts, and they weren't giving you a schedule of when the blackouts were going to hit. And by then, I had learned all the extended family's phone numbers. The
Mm-hmm.
ones who live by the sea, mind you, because if you live further back into town, I didn't need to come to you. I needed a veranda facing the ocean. The Caribbean. And I was still spoiled because they would come and get me immediately. I called and the phone rang like, okay, I'm coming. And
Yeah.
I immediately found somewhere to go. And my brother's like, who'd you call? I'm like, does it matter? You want to sit here and sweat?
Mm-hmm.
Are we going? Okay.
You know, when I went to Brazil, I could have stayed at someone's house, but I insist on staying at a hotel because I'm just not going to sit around in somebody's house and be hot.
Right.
Plus, I have what you call a traveler's stomach, and I don't want to make enemies with anybody. I need to be by myself. You know what I'm saying?
God.
I need to be by myself because my stomach gets very funny when I travel. So,
yeah, it's interesting, like, because my great grandparents, my grandma more so was always farming, so that's why I farm a lot. But it was a lot of. See, I was younger and I thought they were bees. You know how I used to get eaten alive by mosquitoes, and I got stung by bees all the time. So I was always in the house getting that baking soda to get the stinger out and stuff like that. And we also had the iodine. We just had all of that stuff. So I just got used to getting stung by bees. Only for me to get older to realize those weren't bees; they were yellow jackets. And so,
oh yeah,
like the last time I got stung by a yellow jacket, I think I was 14, waiting because like in Chicago, sometimes you wait for the bus stop back in the day, and then they had that trash can with the soda cans in it, and it's just all these yellow jackets floating around it. And so I think that was the last time I got stung by one. But like when I got stung by one, I was like, oh, I just kicked out the stinger, and then just dealt with it the rest of the day because I had to go to school. But it's just like when I actually saw a true honeybee, like I looked at one, I was like, whoa, that thing looks like the thing on the box. I was like, is that really what the honeybees look like? Like I didn't realize the difference.
Yeah, the honeybees are kind of fat, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
and the yellow jackets, they have they're slimmer. They yeah.
They have that, and they're brighter yellow, right? So that's when I realized about yellow jackets and stuff like that. But no, I was just the one. I can deal with I actually don't mind getting stung by the wasp or the bees. It was just the mosquitoes that I could not stand. That's the thing that bothers me, because like no matter what I did, if I went down to my cousin's place down in Arkansas, my younger and older brother be in and out of the house. I'm like, nope, I stay in the side. And as soon as it was time to sleep, I wake up, I have all these welts. They had let all the bugs in, the mosquitoes. So I just couldn't stand mosquitoes. When I got older, I've gotten better by just like lavender is a great plant to have around. Citronella is a great plant to have around. Those just get rid of all the bugs. So
yeah, well, I remember one year I didn't put any of my plants or flowers outside because I thought, they were attracting the mosquitoes, and even not having them, the mosquitoes were still coming. So I'm just like, I just stopped, sitting outside. I gave up on it. It's nice to look out the window at it, but I can't be out there getting bit. You have that window of time in spring when they're not active. But when they are active, then it's unbearable. And then in the fall, around September, that's when them yellow jackets get really frisky and this it's their mating season and stuff, right? And I'm like, get away from me. I know you're horny, but what can I do for you, I promise you there's nothing I can do for you.
Oh my God.
Yep, they get horny and anything sweet, they're attracted to it. So, and like Legs was saying, the garbage can, they hover around those things. And then you be talking, they almost go in your mouth, they almost in your eye, they on your shirt. And it's like they're very passive. And so I never got stung by one of them before because they're slower and everything, and they're horny and they're hungry. So, but I just don't like all that flying around me stuff.
Oh, what was the other one they had in Belize? But they weren't there all year round. I think they came about like in the summer. They called them sandflies.
Mm.
And no screen can keep them out.
Mm.
They just always found a way into the house. Except now, I noticed when I was last down there during the summer, I didn't experience sandflies because everyone had air conditioning. So apparently they don't do well in the air conditioning. Thank you, Jesus.
I don't think
But,
any of the bugs really care for that coolness.
Nah.
And then it's like some kind of little, no, it was mosquitoes. When I go outside, as soon as I open the door, they just get sucked into the house, with the air pressure. And so I end up going around with a little hand vac because you can see them, and I'm just vacuuming them off the walls, off the curtains. And I literally just stand there in the middle of the floor looking. And sometimes I'll even have my big flashlight, because if I don't, eventually they're going to come into the other room with me. And then next thing you know, my knuckle is itching, my arm is itching, or sometimes I almost broke my computer because I see that thing land on my screen. And see, my reflex, it doesn't say, that computer costs X amount of money. It don't say that. My reflex says that thing got to die. So I didn't almost tow up some stuff because of a mosquito. I don't like to get bit by nothing.
It's when there's just one in the house and it's buzzing around, but it's following you around the house because you're the warm body in the air conditioned house. And every time you turn around, you just hear and you can't catch it.
Right.
Oh.
Yep.
Hey, so Jones,
cannot
do
stand that.
you all have those mayflies where you are?
In New Orleans?
Yeah.
Mayflies?
Yeah, so it's some flies they're horrible. Like they're called mayflies. They're big, but they have a certain mating season. But I feel like it's the South, and I can't remember if it's Georgia or Alabama or Mississippi. But it's like when they get out, they're just everywhere. They coat all the cars, but then they just die after that. So I think that they come out in May, and it's just so many of them.
Oh, those things. Like they're all over the windshields of the cars and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean when people be driving and they crunching and everything?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I would not be one to be around those things. That just seems
what about the cicadas? Have you ever seen the cicadas?
Yeah, but aren't they ever? Is it 17 years or 7 years? I forget what it is.
I think it's 7. Well, 17,
7, huh?
14, something like that.
7 or 14.
There are some colonies of them that come back every year. When does the cicadas return to Chicago?
Remember they made a horror movie about cicadas once back in the 80s?
13 and 17 year period, cicada broods occur in the Chicago area. So May and June of 2024, these cicadas are approximately in 2007 and 2011 and won't return in such numbers until 2041.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a nice long time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but we'll be old and we won't be able to run from them and fight them.
Yeah. It lasts for roughly 4 weeks.
Oh my God, that's a lot.
There's parakeets in Chicago. There is a colony of parakeets that have been here for years. and I've only ever seen them one time.
Really? We have
Over
them in New
by,
Orleans too.
well, you'd expect them to survive there, but not here. But they do.
I
They do.
know.
Yeah, I
That's
guess
amazing.
they're pretty adaptive, and
Yeah.
yeah, and there's it's a big colony of them, and they tend to stay together.
Oh, okay.
There's a huge colony of them in uptown New Orleans around by where St. Charles Avenue meets Carrollton Avenue. And they live in
Hmm.
the palm trees there. And there's a smaller one out around by the University of New Orleans. So, but they're not all over the city, but we have two. We have that very huge colony uptown and the smaller one out by the lake. And I'm like,
Okay, they
okay.
mostly live in Hyde Park. They say the monk parakeet, also known as the Quaker parakeets, are an established non-native species of bright green parrots living wild in Chicago, primarily in the Hyde Park neighborhood and surrounding suburbs. Escaped from a pet trade in the 1960s, these resilient birds survive harsh winters by building large insulated communal stick nests, often on power lines and infrastructure. Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
See, I don't get any of those kind of things. I'm pretty rural. We have a lot of bald eagles or those vultures things.
Mm.
Okay.
So I just saw a bald eagle today. I was like, oh, okay, they're out, but they were just fine. Our birds out here kill the other birds, so we don't see any of those other kind of things.
Well, let me tell you what I've seen in Chicago. I've seen deer, I've seen raccoons and skunks and possums. I feel like Ellie Mae Clampett. I've seen bats and coyotes.
I haven't seen a skunk, but I've seen those in New Orleans. And also we have wild pigs.
Oh yeah, they pay people to exterminate them things. They can be very vicious.
Oh yeah, they are.
Yeah.
But they sort of took over after Katrina.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
they were out in the country before, but post Katrina they gained entry into the city and they've been here.
And they
And of
are
course
so
alligators.
those wild boars are very intelligent.
Hmm.
They are very intelligent.
You know, there's a bayou not far from my house, Bayou St. John. Very picturesque. It's by City Park. I don't know if you made it to City Park when you were here, Baron.
I did. That's where I chipped my tooth on a beignet.
Yeah,
You know,
well, that bayou.
I ain't gonna ever forgive New Orleans for chipping my tooth on a beignet.
I know how you feel. I chipped mines of Popeye's chicken ones, and I'm just like, damn Popeyes.
Wait, what? Like, did you bite the
Yes,
bone?
yes, yes, on
Oh,
a hard ass piece of crust from Popeyes. I was like, screw y'all, I'm
oh.
done. Yeah,
I
but
didn't think
that
you could chip
bayou
it
in
on
front of
beignet or a crust.
that was Cafe de Mond's hard beignet.
Did you not get the coffee
Yeah,
bean?
I went to that famous restaurant there,
Cafe du
and
Monde.
I didn't get a really good beignet until I went to some diner where the cable car turns around. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
went from the downtown over to like one of those to where those cemeteries are,
Oh,
and
Morning Call.
I guess that was it. But
That
that
was Morning Call. Now let me tell you, Morning Call used to have the lease on that little restaurant in City Park. We used
uh-huh.
to they called it the casino. It was never an actual casino. I don't know why they call it the casino, but it used to always be like a little snack shop or something like that when I was a kid growing up. And then the power step B that runs City Park said, "Oh, let's upgrade it, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And Morning Call got the lease, and it was doing great, you know, and people were going there all the time. And around Christmas, when you had celebration in the Oaks, tons of people, tons of money, and all of a sudden, they wouldn't renew Morning Call's lease, and the next thing you know, Cafe Du Monde had it. Everybody's like, "Oh, screw that," And then Morning Call had to scramble, but they actually built their own building that you went to, and they reopened, and they're doing great.
Okay.
So yep.
Wait, do Cafe Du Monde have multiple places? Because I've been to the one by City Park, and I've been to the one in that mall, like right off the convention center. I've been to those.
Right, the Riverwalk. There's one in the
Riverwalk.
Riverwalk. There's one in City Park. There's one in Jackson Square, right across from Jackson Square, in the French Quarter.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't go to City Park. I went to Jackson Square. Sorry.
All right, so you went to Decatur Street. Then there's the one in City Park. There's one in Metairie, and I think there's one in Kenner also.
Well, it was so beautiful when I went because it was January, and the weather was like cool and balmy, and the sun was real bright, and I really enjoyed it. It was just the perfect weather for me.
I like this year when it was just cold as hell. Like, what is this?
Now, is it New Orleans cold or was it Chicago cold?
28 degrees.
Okay, that's Chicago cold.
Dripping
28?
pipes and all that. Our houses aren't built for that. Dripping faucets and dripping pipes, and it's cold, and no. I was born in New Orleans. I was raised in the Caribbean / Central America, and then spent my entire adult life back in New Orleans. I am not made for this. I'm not made for this kind of cold. And then I'm looking at the Belize news, and they wake up one morning and it's 42 degrees down there. The cold front, that Arctic blast that we got, made it all. It was so cold, that Arctic blast, that it made it all the way down to Central America and took them down to 42 degrees one morning. Which started a whole conversation between me and my brother. And he's like, well, because I'm like, well, what would you do with those houses down there to make them warm? And because I'm like, the cement blocks, how do you insulate cement blocks? He's like, well, you can't, and you'd have to reduce the square footage, because then you would have to put 2x4s and then insulation. He went down the whole route with me, and he said, or you could do the 3D printing houses. He said, oh, look it up on YouTube. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm like, okay. I'm like, and why are we discussing this as if we're going to go back and live there? Like we're going to live there. We'd have to apply for citizenship because we're Americans. But it was an interesting conversation because we remember what the houses were like down there, and even the nice houses weren't built for that kind of cold. Heater? What you talking about, a heater? But yeah, that outdoor life, It's like, I didn't like the jungle, like the rainforest and stuff. I couldn't be bothered with that because that had tarantulas in it. No, ma'am, no, sir. I saw the Maya ruins only when I had to go on a school trip.
Oh, okay.
Like, let's go and let's get the hell out of here before things start to crawl. Too many legs or no legs. I have no. No snakes, no spiders, no scorpions. No.
Well, I remember when I went to summer camp and I looked up at the sky and it scared me because that was the first time I had ever seen stars. The stars you see with the glow of a city is just, a few. But to have the whole sky, I was terrified.
It's amazing, isn't it?
I've never seen anything like that before. But see, we were going up to Buffalo, Michigan. And so that was like about a 2-hour bus ride from Chicago. And we would go up there for the summer and come back, and then we were packed up to go back again the next week. So I think we spent like 2 weeks out of the summer there. And that was like as rural of any time of any experience that I've ever had. And I loved it. We would have like the talent show one night of the week, and one night of the week we had to sleep in a tent out in the forest. And so there was canoeing and horse riding, all that kind of stuff. Everything that you would need to have an experience that was not inner city. And that was the whole point of it, was to get you out like that. And then we'd walk, like, I think it was like a 5-mile hike to get to this spring where every local there would fill up jugs from this pipe that was on the side of the road. They said it was from a spring. And so everyone got water from there, because otherwise the well water was horrible. It had a bad taste to it. So I guess this must have been like some aquifer or whatever, but that's where we would go to get the really sweet, good tasting water. And I don't remember the mosquitoes being so bad, but then I think they kind of were. And we did not swim in the river. We swam in a real swimming pool. And they all of the cabins were named after trees: maple, oak, elm, except for the cabins for the girls and the boys. It was the boys' cabin and the girls' cabin. But and they had bicycles. You get to pick your Swin bicycle of choice, and it was an activity, all day, every day. And everybody wanted to be a hopper. The hopper was the first bell, and you would race to the cafe. Did we call it the cafeteria? I forgot what we called it. But you would race to the dining hall, and you're the ones that set the table. You made the big thing of Kool-Aid. And so I don't know why that was such a big privilege, but it just was. And there was a collie named Duke that was there, and Duke was perfect for kids. It was just such an ideal thing to do for the summer. My grandmother took us, and this was after she had had a mastectomy. She would take us to summer camp. My grandmother was like Auntie Mame. She took us everywhere. But, with her kids' money, it wasn't her money. But yeah, she took us everywhere. That's how I went to Disney World, and that's how I went to Disneyland, was because of my grandmother. So I always tell people she was the one that first gave me wings. That was the first time I'd ever been on a plane, was because of her.
Every time my brother goes to Disney with his step-grandchildren, he comes back sick.
I wonder why.
Every time.
Stomach sick or flu sick?
Like flu sick.
You think it's a flight?
The last time they drove.
Okay.
Because one of the kids doesn't like to fly. And but the kids are at their house all the time.
No, I'm talking about all those kids at Disney
all those
World.
other kids, right?
Wow.
And the last time he went, they were like an hour outside of whatever city Disney World is in, and he had to pull over, and someone else had to start driving. He was just that sick. Because I didn't hear from him, and I'm like, well, he was supposed to come back and whatever. I'm like, let me call this boy.
Yeah, Disney World is in Orlando, and Disneyland is in Anaheim.
Anaheim, right? And but he was sick as a dog every time he goes. I'm like, maybe you need to think about letting them go by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would do. Like, hey, go with God. Have fun. But yeah, the outdoor adventures, they can be good. I used to enjoy going to the Keys. My grandparents had a house out on one of the Keys in Belize, and that was wonderful. With all that sea breeze, you had no mosquitoes, there were no spiders, no creepy crawlies or any kind out there. It was just all, you didn't see bugs, and I loved it. Everywhere else, I'm like, oh no, I'm not
I
about
would
this.
imagine that's how Las Vegas is. No bugs.
Hmm.
Yeah. Like no, like just the in general, like the Southwest going into well, the Southwest has some bugs, but like when I lived in California, like what was that? It's so weird growing up in the Midwest and seeing like the squirrels in the trees, but then we had the ground squirrels there, and we had a lot of skunks, and we had rattlesnakes too. I forgot about that. But like yeah, no, like I was so happy not having mosquitoes that I didn't even care being out dealing with rattlesnakes.
Yeah, no.
Now, is it true that the rattlesnakes warn you?
So it's weird. So my work, the way it worked is that I would go to work, but they would send us emails. They'd be like, again, a warning. They sent out emails that were rattlesnake warnings. They're like, please don't try to touch the rattlesnakes. Please don't try to corner the rattlesnakes. Like, and I'm like, you shouldn't have to tell people this. Like, but no, they do. They do have a like their tails do shake, and then you hear the noise. But like a lot of the stuff that they're biting people, they're just doing it defensively. It was this one point I was visiting Phoenix, and I was at this park with my son. He was really young at that point, but I was like, oh, he keeps getting off the trail, and I should probably pick him up. And so my wife picked him up, and all of a sudden I hear this noise. I was like, what's that noise? And I look to the right, and I just see this rattlesnake ready to spring, and I just stop. And I looked at her, and then she looks at me, and she just quietly walks whichever way I'm not looking. And then we realized we had walked past all these holes in the ground. There was all these rattlesnake holes, and we just turned back around and went the other way. And so it's like, I was like, how did he sneak up on me? But he didn't sneak up. I walked in his lair. Then I heard the noise. And then I looked, I said, what's that noise? So it's like, sometimes if you're just walking and you're not paying attention, you could be in their lair. And if you're not used to the noise, that's where it gets. So, but no, I think it's some idiotic people that were like cornering rattlesnakes. So they always have to send something out like, please don't corner rattlesnakes. Like, you'll get bit.
Yeah, I think they say that like if there's a pile of wood or something like that, if you go to lift it up, they might be up under there or whatever.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what's going to come up. I think we're going to see some more things coming out of England, out of the UK in the coming weeks.
No,
well,
that crisis.
Have you noticed that Daily Mail is barely talking about the Sussexes?
They're not talking about the Sussexes because the person to watch is what happens with Mandelson.
Okay.
He was the British ambassador to the U.S., and he got pulled shortly before that person went to the state visit in England because they found out, because the wider UK government and press found out about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. It turns out that Starmer knew that he had ties to Epstein, but he sent him as ambassador anyway because he felt like he would be better to finesse the person in Washington. So he's like, yeah, this person's a bastard, but I'm going to send him anyway, And it just turns out that Mandelson was giving away secrets.
Okay.
So if we're going to see anything happen to Andrew, it's going to be tied in with Mandelson.
If he just keep his chubby ass off them horses, that is just so stupid.
That was stupid of him to go out there like that, knowing that people want your head on a stick, and you're going to go out there riding and waving and smiling. Don't be an ass.
It's just like he feels like I don't understand why doing public service, getting back into, is it just his ego? Is he expected to make more money or what? What does it take for you to just lay low for the sake of your children, for the sake of the monarchy, for the sake of whatever? Just lay low. You don't just have to get up on a horse. And I'm sure the horses don't want you to get up on them.
Well, I think it's a little bit, it's just entitlement / like boiling a frog, right? Like,
Right.
how much we've seen William and Kate out just before they did this vacation, right? Like, William's name is in those Epstein emails, as well as Kate's. And what they do, they're like, oh, look, we get you used to seeing us, even though we know of these scandals happening. You'll think like, oh, well, why would you be out if we had a scandal? So it's a boiling frog allegory, in the sense that they're just constantly forcing themselves upon you, so that you can't like ignore them, because the way you would pay attention to them is you didn't see them for a while and they popped up. But if they keep popping up, they just get you used to them.
Well, Beatrice and Eugenie was looking very innocent until they wasn't. Right. And now it's just like the whole family needs to just lay low. Out of sight, out of mind.
Right. So if they can remember, people are still going through those documents, so we don't know what somebody's going to find and post in the upcoming week. But I can see it. I think I mentioned it once before that maybe not speaking in a members only, but typing it out, that Andrew probably, his mother trusted him a lot. I think she had red boxes open around him.
Okay.
Why else would Epstein keep him around? He has no money. He's an idiot. He's pompous.
Well, I mean,
unless he can get some sort of little information from him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of access to be had just because London is such a big financial capital.
Right.
And any kind of call or introduction from a member of the royal family goes a long way. So even whether it's a red box or not, he would still be useful.
And then he was a trade ambassador. So whatever, and they sent him on missions and things. So yeah.
Well, I also wonder if Andrew is just like right now their particular fall guy. He knows all the information, and then what they're waiting on is that will some of their information come out with these later files, right? And so what they're hoping is that like maybe it doesn't come out, and then as long as we tolerate Andrew, we can always deflect towards him, because they don't have to Harry and Meghan over there anymore, right? So they got to say like, oh, this is the bad person. So, but based on those emails, Fergie as well as Andrew, they were being quite loose-lipped with Jeffrey, and they have all of those emails. So it might be other stuff that we are not seeing.
Oh yeah, there's more to come, but definitely if they move on Mandelson for leaking secrets, how can they not move on Andrew? It's treason. They're not calling it treason yet, but that's what it is. It's treason.
Yeah, Andrew needs to just go to Dubai or wherever he has that home.
No, we don't need him to go to Dubai or anywhere yet. We need him to stay right there until we know what secrets he's given them.
Okay.
Because he goes to Dubai, you can't touch him again. They're gonna do we have extradition treaties with Dubai? Does England?
I doubt it.
Right.
But I mean, they can compel the government to, trade for someone, but that's about it. Some countries will do a trade
if you have someone they want back badly enough.
And
that's a big if, But yeah, so that's what I'm waiting to see, because the other thing is that he resigned as a member of House of Lords. Mandelson did, but they're getting ready to move to remove him, formally take that title away from him. So if they're already taking titles away, why not take Andrews too, formally, by Parliament?
Because the royal family doesn't want that debate. They don't want that hearing.
But that debate is coming because it's coming from Mandelson.
Yep.
This, you know, they're gonna just have to step aside and let it happen. They can't do anything for him anymore.
But I think what they're worried about is that like they know what's coming down the line. Like they pretend that Andrew is no longer a prince. They pretend that he doesn't have his Duke of York title. He still has all of that stuff. They just agree not to use it, right? And like if you even up to this day, like as you said, Baron, like Andrew's out here parading around on these horses and stuff like that. Yeah, and he was parading around at still like a royal lodge. So and in my head, I'm like, isn't anyone calling out like why is he still there? And so that's why in the articles that have been coming out, they were like, oh, and he's just about to move to the other place. I'm like, no, shouldn't he been at that place already? Like, basically, you all are just were hoping to sweep this under. Like, I don't know if he's actually going to leave Royal Lodge. I think you all are just let him there.
I mean, considering the fact that they don't repair anything, they didn't keep up Frogmore House, keep up any house at all. They didn't repair anything. I could see that they need to put a new roof on Marsh Lodge or wherever the hell he's going, or whatever, because they don't fix anything. They just let everything just run down to nothing, and then they have to spend all that money to get it habitable again. But they moved them now from Windsor, supposedly. Well, supposedly they put him in Wood Farm temporarily. Then they're gonna have to fight with him to get him out of Wood Farm. And then watch Sarah run back because he's at Wood Farm.
Where is she?
Oh, she's probably with that man that she used to live with before she married Andrew. Patty.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember what his last name is, but he's all with racing and stuff. Every time they I see them at some kind of big car race or something like that, I'm like, I wonder if he got him into those that race for free. He was much older than Sarah, so she might still be kind of appealing to him. But yeah, that's the thing to look for, because unfortunately, what Anne should be punished for is not what he's going to be punished for if he's punished. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So
if he lives long enough to be punished.
If he lives long enough, I mean, because it's amazing he hasn't fallen off his horse in an unfortunate accident yet, because think about it. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, he just sort of fell off his boat, his yacht.
Oh, okay. Did they ever find him?
Yeah, they found him.
Oh, okay.
With not a stitch of clothing on. He just, he was just walking around on his yacht in the middle of the night, no clothes on, nothing, and fell over. And then the next thing you know, Ghislaine, the youngest child that was still in his orbit, leaves the UK and goes to New York and hooks up with who?
Okay.
There's a huge web. There's a huge thing going on there. Is it all going to break open? I don't know.
I think, like I was saying earlier, they're gonna find something to hold people's attention within all of that because it's out there now. But they're gonna find something that is gonna lead people in the wrong direction, and they're gonna wear people down until nobody's talking about it anymore. Because the
Well,
public is so fickle, and I hope that that's not the case, but they're on these social media platforms with the misdirection in mind, to keep us looking at certain things and ignoring others. But I think that what they want to do is they want to make it seem like Epstein was the one who was this, perverted whatever, and that the other people were just in his company, and a few of them will be identified as bad, but they're going to excuse others, you know. By the time they get through saying that he was doing all of these heinous crimes, it's going to make the other people seem tamed and innocent. I'm thinking that that's their goal because the names are out there, the material is out there, and then now that we got AI, they're going to confuse us with a bunch of, you know, images that are not true, and then they'll make us doubt the ones that are true.
yeah,
I think that's part of the plan is to
they're
create a
gonna
lot of
try.
doubt.
They're gonna try, and it might work. But people are so angry, and things are so hard that it's gonna be. They have their work cut out for them. They really do.
Well, it's because
Because
they still got a lot of victims out there, and the victims haven't had any sort of accountability.
exactly.
I hope
And,
they're successful. I pray that they're successful because um, we just need for that to happen. We need for that to happen because it's the stuff that they were doing, like the one girl that I saw that was an artist, and they were trying to lure her into the life, Maxwell and somebody else, and she introduced them to her younger sister. And
mm-hmm,
you remember that story? And then she
mm-hmm.
was so upset because she realized that whatever they were trying to do to her, did they do that to my sister? Did they try to do? And then when she went to the police, nobody believed her. And then she said she started getting threatening phone calls, dead animals on the steps, and all that kind of stuff. And so she had to give up art and go into seclusion, and that's just one person. How many times has that been repeated? So I hope they're successful. I really do.
Well,
Because it's mhm.
the woman who wrote the first article about Jeffrey Epstein, that wrote it for Vanity Fair, the article that got chopped and diced and by the editor, by whatever that man's name is. I can't remember his name now.
Is that one that looked like the Quaker Oaks man?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
He found dead animals on his step too.
Okay.
But anyway, he did change the article. He cut out things out of our article. That lady, and what happened with her and her sister, she originally had in her story. And those two young women were very angry at that writer because they thought that she cut it out on her own, but she didn't. And not only that, she had like a high risk pregnancy with like twins or whatever.
Mhm.
And the article had come out. She was angry that all that stuff didn't, that what she wrote didn't wasn't put in there or whatever.
Mhm.
Epstein had reached out to her, right?
Mm.
Oh, I'm sorry that your twins are in whatever hospital in the NICU and stuff like that. Scared the shit out of her.
Mhm.
But she went to the Daily Beast before the Daily Beast turned into what it is now. Daily Beast started as a totally different animal than what it is now. back when I used to read the Daily Beast.
Which is why they took it over,
you know,
and hijacked it so that they could have that level of trust, and that way they can mislead people and all that kind of stuff.
Right. So I stopped reading the Daily Beast, I would say around 2016. I'm like, this is a little different now. And by the time Tom Sykes got there, I'm like, yeah, I'm out, because they started putting up things behind pay screens, and just the entire tenor of the entire organization just changed. I was like, yeah, I'm not here for this. This is not my thing anymore. So and she went to write for there, and she was always writing about him in that site, on that site. That's how I got to know about Jeffrey Epstein. So I've been reading about him since like 2014, 2015, something like that.
Okay.
And with that Vanity Fair article that came out. So because she never let up on him. She never did. I guess she said, he's already following me, tracing me, threatening me, so why should I stop? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do this, we're gonna do this. But yeah, the Daily Beast, you had a lot of people there who were very pro children, very anti child abuse, whether it be sexual, physical, whatever kind, they would just, and by the time I stopped reading it, I realized none of those people were there anymore. And all these new people were there that didn't jive. They were like, nah.
And most of them were from the tabloids, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, very much so. They had a podcast that it came up in my YouTube feed one time, and I clicked on it, and I was like, let me see. And they were all British people.
Yep. Look what they did to the Washington Post.
My God, did you see that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were trying to hide that. Because I forget what.
And why would Jeffrey Bezos want to do that?
Yep.
Because he doesn't want. He doesn't want the truth out. He doesn't want them to talk about the way things really are and really inform people.
And yet, he has been trashed by some of the tabloids. He's been trashed by them, and yet he can respond and just doesn't. They trash him, they trash his woman. He could respond, and he just doesn't.
I don't think he's a very nice person. I mean,
you ever heard him laugh? I mean, he's evil. He has a certain shadiness to him.
There's a person that someone I came across once that was talking about him, that used to work there, that lived up in Seattle and used to work for Amazon, and said, oh, he's an awful person. He said the first wife, she was very nice, she was very kind, but he was awful, and he was awful to his first wife.
Well, when you don't have to answer to anyone, when you have complete control of your world and your environment, whatever evil that you have is going to be amplified.
And apparently they all built bunkers in New Zealand.
Yeah, that would be the place to go. That would be the place to go.
I didn't know that. I saw a podcast the other day, and the lady was like, yeah, they all built bunkers in New Zealand, but the thing is, are you going to get their time?
They will get the warnings that we're not
going to get.
Yeah. They would get that. So it's weird to watch all of this stuff happening real time, but um, it's almost like the movie The Matrix. You don't know who exactly is the unseen hand. It could be any of them. It could be all of them. You just can't really know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in case that New Zealand thing, that sounds like the movie Don't Look Up. I don't know if you all seen that.
Don't Look Up. Is it like a sci-fi movie?
Kind of. It's on Netflix. It was like with Jennifer Lawrence, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Now, is it a series
my
or
God.
just a movie?
Yeah, it was a movie. It came out during was it 2021? It was during the pandemic. Ariana Grande is in it. Tyler Perry's in it. Kate Blanchett.
Really?
Yep. Oh my God, what's her name from Devil Wears Prada? Oh my God. The main woman. Meryl Streep.
And
Meryl Streep.
okay.
Yeah. No. It basically what happens is that I think it was Jennifer Lawrence's character as well as Leonardo DiCaprio. They were scientists, but they saw this meteor basically coming to Earth, and they were like, trying to warn people about it. And what was it? I think Tyler Perry and Kate Blanchett characters were like the TV personality. And at one point, while on there, when people started believing them, Jennifer Lawrence did. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, are you all telling us to be pleasant about this? Like, she's like, this meteor is about to come and destroy us. Why are you all being so trying to be pleasant about that? And they made her seem like a crazy person. And then it was this outlandish guy that was like, they were doing something to take care of the meteor, but then this guy who basically I think is a conduit for Elon is like, I don't know, I think it has minerals on it, so maybe we'll wait till it get closer so we can get some of the minerals and then we'll be fine. And that in real time, that thing failed, and he just kind of walked out, and the other person kind of walked out too. And well, they went off to some other foreign place, the people that were the worst, and everyone else on the earth died. So,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'd rather die.
I'm gonna say goodnight.
Oh yeah, we probably should go.
I'd rather die than be underground. Just the thought of just living underground.
And the thing is, I'm not about to go to bed. I'm hungry. I realize that I'm hungry, and I just keep thinking about it. So,
can I tell you something?
What's that?
I was thinking of ordering breakfast.
Oh, okay.
I'm hungry too. I was thinking that maybe a nice French toast sandwich with bacon and egg and cheese would be good.
Yeah, I'm sitting up here and I'm just like, I'm actually hungry.
3 minutes until they open. Huh?
Y'all got me thinking about food. I miss going to the gym, but I'm like, they got to get some food, and I hit up the bakery. The bakery will be open in an hour, so.
An hour? Wow. Oh, but you live in the country, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll be sitting here at this hour. I'm like, now if I go over to Stan's Donuts, I can get them red velvets before they run out. They always run out of the red velvet donuts.
It's almost Mardi Gras, and I haven't had a king cake yet. I've been very good. Khadija Hall, how many king cakes have you had so far?
Now, what is the king cake? I saw that, but I don't know what it is.
It's a pastry. Some of them are plain, some are filled. It's like a sweet brioche.
Okay.
And they fill it with different fillings: praline, strawberry, cream cheese, whatever. And it's shaped in a ring. They bake it. They decorate it with purple, green, and gold. The colors of Mardi Gras. And you stick a baby in it. After it's baked, you don't bake the baby in it because it's plastic and it would melt. That would be bad.
A baby.
A little naked baby.
Oh.
And you cut, and whoever gets the baby, some people say win the baby. If it's at a party and you get the baby, you're either the king or the queen. But if you're at work and you get the baby, you got to bring the next king cake.
Now, how do you know if you're a king or a queen? Does it depend on how you cut the cake?
Depends on how you want to call yourself, child.
Oh, okay.
It's quite progressive there.
Oh,
You
I
know,
thought I
so
thought it'd be,
sometimes, you know, the king cake, the baby never makes an appearance at work. Sometimes you go like, well, who got the baby? And you got people just shrugging their shoulders. Like, I don't know.
king cake. I'm looking at it. Oh, I see right here, king cake. Oh, that's weird. That is weird. It
Well, you
is a
look.
little baby in it.
Yep, there's a little plastic baby. And they used to always all be white, but now you can get little chocolate ones.
Oh,
You get little brown ones, or you can get a gold one or whatever. But yeah, so it's a nice little sweet pastry. I miss the original ones, which were just like brioche with no cinnamon, no. It was more like a sweet bread. It was a brioche, really, with the colored sugar on it. Not as sweet. Would have been perfect for the morning with a cup of coffee or hot chocolate after a French toast sandwich. But oh well. But yeah, so
I think
king
I
cakes.
might make a what you call it, breakfast burrito.
That sounds good. I don't have any
Mhm.
tortillas.
Yeah, I got some of that. I got the Chinese bacon, which is just like salt pork, I think.
Khadija, you
Uh,
going to stand in Randazzo's line, girl? I'm proud of you. Whew.
What is that for breakfast?
Oh, for king cake.
Oh, okay.
They have a line out the parking lot. Older people take a chair and sit out there and wait their turn. I'm telling you, there are people out there waiting right now. It's 6 o'clock. People waiting for
Yeah,
them to open right now.
I'm
They're,
probably
they're,
not going to go to sleep until about maybe 10 or 11.
I'm gonna have breakfast, then I'm gonna watch mass at Washington National Cathedral. So it'll be 11:30 before I go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
My my sleep schedule is all off, and people are
Oh,
gonna
I'm
call me
all over
all
the place. That's why
and people are
I'm
gonna
so
call me
late.
all afternoon, so I'm not really gonna sleep. So, which is what happened today. That's why I went to sleep
I
on
have
y'all.
people that I can call at any hour, everybody's got their window of time that I can talk to. So that means
Mhm.
that, if I'm just bored, it's always somebody to talk to.
Right. When I used to roll my trash out in the middle of the night, I always had someone to call to be on the phone with me while I'm taking the trash out.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Like, hey, let's go take out the trash with me.
Hmm. I did finally wash my car yesterday, which I'm so glad for that. But the one car wash where I actually have the subscription, every time I go over there, they're closed or the line is too long. So I think I'm just gonna have to give up on that. Unless they refund me at least a month, then I'll keep it. But
Okay.
otherwise, that's gonna have to go because it don't make any sense if it's not available when you need it. But all that salt and stuff, it's just you hate to walk up to your car when it looks like that. So okay, you guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go in there and scare up something to eat, and then I guess I'll watch a movie or something.
Oh, you go and watch that movie. I don't know if it's still on Netflix, but go watch Don't Look
As a
Up.
matter of fact, I queued it up. Don't Look Up. So I'll probably look at that.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like a good
All
sci-fi.
right.
All
Oh,
right,
look,
you guys, thanks a
it's
lot.
been
It's
5 hours,
What do you
and it
mean? It's
wasn't.
been almost
6
6.
hours. It's 5 hours and 43 minutes.
Oh, wait, really? Oh, I just looked at. I started streaming 5 hours.
Maybe
Oh,
5 for you since you had a little
5:40.
siesta.
Yeah.
Since you were making a bookcase.
5:42. Well, I come from a long line of carpenters, so that's totally okay. I'm sorry about that, y'all.
No, it's fine.
Not a problem. Not a
I let it go
problem.
for a bit, but I was like, wait, is she not going to talk at all anymore?
You know, and I kind of felt I was falling off, and I'm just like, just move, just stand up for a second. And I guess when I thought stand up for a second, I was just gone at that point. Like, just gone.
Yeah, I have a standing desk, so I'm actually standing up right now. You know, I like to do that so I can stretch.
You know, I want to get one of those vibration plates. I've been doing research on it to figure out if it's really helpful.
What, do you stand on it?
You stand on it and it vibrates, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to help with like lymph, moving lymph around your body and strengthening your core and things like that.
Yes, core strength is very, very important.
But you know, I'm not. You know, it's about to be 1,000 degrees down here. Khadijah and I are whining about the last 2 weeks, but in like 3 weeks, it's gonna be hot.
Yeah, somebody was asking me if I wanted to move down there. I'm like, I said I wouldn't get through the summer. I don't want to get through the summer. I don't even want to do it. All that sticky, hot weather is not for me. We get enough of that in Chicago. And sometimes that lasts for like weeks, you know.
Yeah. For us, it's like what, from April until November? Like you're
Okay.
lucky if it gets cool for Thanksgiving. And you could wear a cute outfit. Yeah.
We've had some really cool summers lately. You know, where it seems like it's June and it's still much cooler than it should be. And then when it gets hot, it's hot. And when it cools off again, then it's cooled off. So such are the extremes. But the lake really affects a lot of the temperature for us because the lake is still cold all well until the summer. So if you got the breeze coming off the lake, it's just like, you know, you're sitting next to an air conditioner.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the summer, the wintertime, it's the opposite, where it's like a 10-degree difference, more or less, by the lake in the summer, and it's a 10 degree more or less in the winter. So everything is always lake effect, and it just depends on which way the wind is blowing.
TB Candles, I don't know who's playing the Super Bowl. I only know that Bad Bunny is doing the concert
Seahawks
and
and
the
Patriots.
commercials.
Oh, what is How It Ends? What is that? That's a sci-fi, right? Oh, I think I've seen this, How It Ends. Or have I?
Trying to see if I've seen that one.
Watch Super
Is that the
Bowl
one? Is that,
live on
Theo
NBC.
James, Forrest Whitaker.
$59.99 a month for your first 2
oh
months.
yeah, I saw that one.
It's your TV. Try it free.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah, no, I've seen that one. It's okay.
And I saw that 1899. I love that. I love that about the missing ship. But they only did one season of it. They didn't come back for another season.
Oh, Khadijah in the chat. No, I agree with you, Khadijah, there about How It Ends. I was like, wait, what?
Oh, okay. Oh, one of those, huh?
That's the good summation of that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff I'd be wanting to see, but when I find out that it's a series, and I'm like, oh no, I can't get pulled into this right now. I remember I got all involved in that series Skin, and when one of the characters died, I took to my bed for about a week. I'm like, how did they have killed him?
Skin?
I was just so pulled into it, and yeah, I did not take it very well when they had killed one of the characters. Okay, cheers, y'all. I'm finna go make me something to eat, and I will talk to y'all later today, or yeah, more or less.
Well, bye, everyone.
All right,
Bye,
thank
y'all.
you. See y'all.